Gentle welcome to you, traveler of night, listening softly as the world sighs into its own quiet. From where do you watch the dark unfold? The glow of a city far away, a single lamp on a small desk, the open mouth of a window facing the sea, or a room lit only by the glow of a screen that hums like a distant star. Wherever you are held, like a whisper held in a palm, by something older than memory and softer than sleep. You may tell me if you wish, but you may also keep your answer unfixed, a thought that drifts as you drift, a note you let fall through the air and settle near your breath. The night is generous with questions and with gentle permission. You may simply listen, you may simply rest, you may let go of the day's last shapes and let gravity speak in a hush. This is the fourth, fifth, or perhaps the first fact you might meet in the lullaby of gravity. Gravity is a force of attraction between masses. It is one of the oldest, simplest truths that still hums beneath the skin of every moment. From the moment your body first learned to stand to the moment you drift towards sleep. Picture a leaf, small and pale, tipping from a branch on a calm autumn night. The leaf does not decide to drop. It is pulled by gravity toward the earth with a patient inevitability. As you lie here, your own body participates in that same quiet dialogue with the ground. The bed is not merely a place to lie. It is a gentle reminder that you are not adrift in absolutes. You are held in a relationship as old as time, by the moon, by the planet, by the unseen continuum of space itself. And if you listen closely, you can hear gravity telling you in a voice as soft as a lullaby that you are not alone, that you are never truly alone. Now, as you drift, consider another serene truth, a second fact tucked into the night's calm. Near the surface of Earth, gravity gives you your weight, your sense of heaviness, your land-anchored presence. You carry a weight that is not a burden, but a companion. It is the weight of your own mass being pulled toward the center of the planet. If you could measure it with a scale that speaks only softly, you would hear the quiet number of your weight in newtons, a measure of the force gravity exerts on your body. In everyday language, we call this g, the acceleration due to gravity at Earth's surface. It is about 9.81 meters per second squared, an ordinary, almost poetic number that governs how you move and rest and breathe. You are not crushed by this pull. You are cushioned by it, shaped by it, invited to settle into the contours of your own skin and the bed beneath you. You may notice the way your chest falls and rises with gravity's gentle rhythm, the way your limbs surrender to gravity's patient tug as you sink deeper into the pillow. Let the next small, luminous fact arrive like a star easing into the night. Gravity also holds the air near the earth, the atmosphere that you breathe. It is not a solid cage, but a soft, invisible blanket that keeps the atmosphere close, shaping the weather and the climate you feel in your ribcage as you inhale. The blanket doesn't only keep air near your face, it keeps air near your skin, near your lungs, near your heart. When you breathe in, you feel the air press gently against your nostrils and throat. When you breathe out, you feel the air release and then settle back toward the ground, as if gravity says, it's okay to float a moment, then settle. The air's presence is gravity's second act of care. It allows you to float in the room, to float in the breath cycle, to float in sleep if you loosen the day's hold a little and let your mind dissolve toward rest. Could you hear a third quiet fact woven into a shoreline's rhythm and a lake's hush? Gravity governs the tides, a grand, slow dance between Earth, Moon, and Sun. The moon, still tugs on the sea with a gentle insistence that stirs the water into rising and falling. The sun, bright and immense, adds its own whisper to the pull, so that you see the tides go in or out like a patient tide pool listening to the moon's old songs. In your small world, this means the sea's surface moves with the moon's quiet heartbeat. On nights when the air is still and the water's edge glimmers, you can hear nothing aloud, yet you may sense the sea's slow sigh as gravity rearranges the surface. If you imagine yourself near a shoreline as you listen to this lullaby, you could feel the pull in a new way, not a force to fear, but a harmony to drift within, a reminder that even the vast wheel of the cosmos hums with a tender tempo. We keep moving through the night's quiet taxonomy of gravity, not as a classroom lesson, but as a map for the mind's memory of rest. For gravity's reach is not limited to distant tides. It touches every body of water, every breath you take, every feather's fall. If you look at a tiny grain and then at a mountain, you glimpse a scale of gravity's influence, from the subtle tug that makes a feather float as slowly as a sigh, to the stronger pull that holds a mountain in place. The scroll of gravity is long and patient, a thread that runs through the entire tapestry of the night. Let us pause for a moment to inhabit a fourth gentle idea. Gravity, in the bigger sense, is not only a force, but a shaping of space itself. In the most elegant science, gravity is the curvature of space-time, a bend in the fabric of the universe. You may picture it as a vast, invisible loom, every mass, every moon, every planet, every star, pulling down on the threads of space and time. Light moves along those threads. Clocks tick at different rates, depending on how strong the pull is. And so the night itself becomes a little more intimate, a little more personal, when you consider that you and the room you're in are traveling through a cosmos that behaves like a living tapestry. You don't need to understand all of the equations to sense the comfort of this story. The ground beneath you is not a random anchorage. It is the result of a patient warp and weave, a cosmic velvet that makes it possible for you to lie down and listen to your own breath. Here, a fifth gentle fact feels like a favorite phrase in a lullaby you've known forever. Gravity operates everywhere, on every scale. It is a universal force, balancing the smallest grains of sand with the largest planets and keeping you settled on your bed while you drift towards sleep. It is the same quiet gravity that binds a fruit to a tree and inseparably binds your own body to the earth beneath it. Yet gravity is surprisingly weak on the scale of a single particle. It takes a chorus of many, many atoms to make a noticeable weight. This is not a flaw but a blessing. The weak pull allows you to move, to rise if you choose, to float in a dream if your mind asks you to. In the sleep-slow hours, you can feel gravity's modest strength as a safe, constant companion, not a ceiling but a canopy, not a curtain but a shield that makes possible a gentle drift from waking memory to the soft, coasted shoreline of sleep. As we listen to gravity's lullaby, a mini-story might glide in like a feather on the night wind. Picture a small boat on a quiet lake, its sails slack, bobbing with the water's tiny tremor. It is not pulled toward the shore with violent force. It is guided by a patient current and a gentle pressure from gravity, enough to keep the boat from floating away, enough to keep the boat from sinking, enough to keep it moving forward only as fast as the wind allows. You are that boat, resting in the harbor of your bed, your body feeling the water's shoulders touch as you breathe in and out, with gravity as the quiet master who never rushes the voyage, but always knows when to hold you at anchor and when to let you drift a little towards sleep. But there is more to this night's science, not to overwhelm your senses, but to accompany them with a sense of awe that calms the mind. Consider gravity as the reason you're here at all, right now, listening in. It's the reason your muscles and bones know how to stay upright. It's the reason your lungs can draw in air. It's the reason your heart can continue its soft, stubborn drum. It is the reason your body is pressed to the mattress with a consistent, familiar pressure, what we might call comfort's gentle proof. This too is a fifth, perhaps sixth, truth. Gravity's reach is ubiquitous and unglamorous, yet essential. It is the quiet necessity of everyday life, the unseen steward who makes the world comprehensible, the bed's own rhythm that allows your mind to slow and your breath to settle. And yet there is a sixth idea that glides through the air like a hush. Gravity's tapestry does more than hold us to earth or cradle oceans. It also cradles light and time, bending the way we measure moments and the way we see the world. In places with stronger gravity, clocks can tick a hair slower. In brighter, freer skies with less gravitational pull, time seems to walk at a different pace. You need not fear any paradox in this moment. It is simply another thread in the night's fabric. Your own sense of time lengthens and shortens according to the room you inhabit, the night's depth, and the gentle pressure of the sheets. The night invites you to measure nothing but your own breath, to count only the exhale's length and the inhale's softness, to let time drift while you drift, to dissolve into the moment where you no longer chase the day's belongings, but allow them to settle into the space where your mind can float. Now imagine a small, luminous narrative that folds itself into the larger story of gravity. A crystal clear bead slides on a wire that runs through a pocket of space between your bed and your ceiling. The bead is you for a moment, a tiny traveler on a quiet voyage. It travels along the wire not with a rush, but with a patient arc pulled toward the bottom by gravity's patient law. The bead does not panic as it lowers. It settles with a slow smile. You too settle, not all at once, but in stages. A sigh, a soft exhale, a deeper inhale, a letting go that feels almost like a sigh of the earth itself, releasing you into the night's embrace. The bead's journey mirrors yours. You begin with a shape of thoughts and end with the geometry of quiet, the simple, satisfying line of a breath returning to rest. Between the little mini-stories and the grand facts, you might notice this simple pattern. Gravity's pull is constant, but your response is fluid. You can choose to resist or to yield. You can choose to coil into tension or relax into drift. You can pretend you are a leaf again, turning with the wind, or you can pretend you are a planet, circling a sun you cannot see, but which keeps you on course with a patient, cosmic kindness. The choice is yours, and the possibility is a gift. The gift of time, the gift of stillness, the gift of a night where your muscles ease, your thoughts slow, and your breath lengths gently expand and dissolve into the dark. If you like, you may offer yourself a small permission now. You may let gravity hold you a little longer. You may allow the body to sink into the mattress as softly as possible. You may permit your jaw to unclench, your shoulders to release their stubborn curl, your hands to rest, open or closed as they wish. You may permit the mind to drift away from the day's details toward a softer, more distant memory, or a wholly imagined scene, perhaps a quiet garden at midnight or a blue lake under velvet sky. You may permit yourself to rest without finishing the day's work, without solving the last problem, without deciding who you must be tomorrow. Let these permissions wash over you like a gentle tide. The sea's rhythm is not to hurry you to shore. It invites you to ride its gentle arch and then release back into the stillness of night. Let us return, for a final pass, to a few more small, restful facts of gravity, woven with care into the night's tapestry. Gravity acts on all masses, from the grandest planet to the smallest grain of dust. It is universal, which means it is always available to you, always listening for your breath, always ready to become your quiet companion as you settle into sleep. It is the same gravity that anchors the atmosphere and makes the air feel familiar against your skin. The same gravity that makes a feather descend with patient grace, that makes your own blood course through your veins with a soft, unhurried rhythm. It is the same force that keeps the moon circling the earth and the earth orbiting the sun, a cosmic perspective that speaks of stability even as the night deepens. And it is the same force that whispers a different song in the outer reaches of the cosmos, where gravity is weaker and time dances otherwise. A reminder that the universe has many moods, but always returns to a quiet house of rest. A gentle final image to cradle you. Imagine the universe as a grand, slow piano piece. Each mass, every star, planet, and person presses a note on the keys through gravity's invisible hands. The result is a lullaby that travels across space and time, a melody that you now hear as your own breath steadying. You press your own key, the note of your exhale, and gravity answers with a soft, assured resonance, a knowing vibration that says, it is safe to dissolve into this music, to dissolve into the moment, to dissolve into the night's profound calm. You are here, you are held, you are exactly where you are meant to be, in this room, on this planet, in this vast, intimate universe. If a thought intrudes, you may meet it with a tiny, almost conspiratorial question. What shape does gravity give to your sleep? The answer is a whisper rather than a decree. Your sleep gains its own gravity, a pull toward rest that is patient and persistent. As you listen to the night's quiet science, you might notice your eyelids growing heavier, your shoulders loosening, your chest sinking toward the mattress with a rhythm so familiar that you wonder how you ever slept without this gentle pull. You may notice the room's temperature lingering on your skin, the slight coolness around the edges of the night, the warmth just beneath the blankets, and you may allow gravity to hold that temperature steady, as if it is a crystalline lattice that keeps you balanced between alertness and slumber. You drift toward the edge of sleep, as if you are stepping onto a soft, unknown shore, where the tides are gentle and the air is a sigh you recognize from long, quiet afternoons. In this room, the lamp's outline loosens, the shadows become pale swimmers, and you notice a new kind of hush gathering around you, the hush of a vast, unseen blanket settling over the world. It is not a blanket you can feel with your fingertips, yet you sense it with a tenderness that invites you to melt into the moment. This is the invisible layer that holds everything together, a space-time quilt woven from the quiet arithmetic of the universe. It is called gravity, and tonight it wears the familiar clothes of something we call the bedspread, so soft, so patient, so endlessly folding you into itself. Close your eyes and listen to the room slow its noise. becoming another thread in this grand tapestry. With every inhale, you draw in a thread of starlight, a little spark from faraway suns that have learned to travel through space with the gentleness of a lullaby. Exhale, and the room loosens its grip on urgency, the world's clamor slipping away like a coat you no longer need. There is a reason we call this the science of sleep. It uses facts that feel like poetry to cradle you into stillness. Tonight, the main truth, the one that lulls you into the deepest part of your drift, is that gravity is not a heavy force pulling you downward. It is the curvature of space-time bending around every ounce of matter, including you. It is the way the universe maintains its shape, so you can dissolve into it with ease. Imagine, if you can, a vast, invisible sheet laid over the cosmos. This sheet is space-time, a four-dimensional tapestry that stretches beyond sight and sound, beyond the clock's tick and the candle's flame. The sheet is not uniform in every place. It curves where there is mass, where there is energy. When you place a lump of weight upon this sheet, a planet, a star, or even a gentle breath, its presence makes a small dip, a soft valley in the fabric. The valley is not a trap so much as a path, a guided route that tells nearby objects how to move. It is as if the universe whispers, "Here, the earth would like to slide along these gentle lines." And so it does. It glides, not by force alone, but by following the contours shaped by curvature. You too are moving along a geodesic, an almost straight line in the curved choir of spacetime, because the fabric itself has been gently bent by the presence of your body, your thoughts, your breath. In your room tonight, you might feel gravity as the soft pressure you've carried all day, the way your ribs attach to the space around them, the way your feet rest on the bed, as if the bed itself is listening. But the real measurement of gravity is something more expansive. It is a feeling of belonging to a universe where everything is linked by a quiet geometry, where the moon holds its own gentle conversation with the earth, and the earth keeps time with the sun, and you keep time with both in your own corridor of sleep. A single, ordinary moment dissolves into the larger cadence of all things moving in curves. And in that dissolution, you find permission to let go. You may float, you may fall, you may cradle yourself against the soft lines of the blanket, and it will all be right, because the fabric is patient enough to carry both weight and sigh. Now let us drift together through a few small, shimmering facts, tucked inside the velvet of your night, so you may hear them without waking. The first truth is this: gravity is not merely something that pulls you downward. It is the consequence of mass-bending space-time. You and the chair you rest on, the chair you float above in dreams, the moon that orbits the earth, all of us are living on a curved sheet. How does this curvature feel when you are ready to sleep? It feels like a gentle embrace, like a familiar blanket you found on a long journey, one that follows your curves as you settle. If you were to stretch out your arm, you would not meet a rigid wall, but a soft bend in the air around you, a curved response that says, "You can lie down. You are welcome here, and you are welcome always." The second truth, perhaps the most comforting in the quiet, planets orbit because space-time is telling them how to move. The moon does not fall toward the earth because of a stubborn force. It sings along a path carved by curvature. The earth and the moon dance a cosmic waltz, each step dictated by geometry more than brute power. When you listen to this, your own breath joins the rhythm. Inhale, exhale, a subtle orbit of life around your private, sleeping sun, the sun that is just a breath away in your dreamscape. You do not need to chase stability. The geometry holds you there, like a glove that fits your hand just right. It is not drag, it is design. And in that design, you can trust the motion of your thoughts, the cadence of your eyelids as they slowly fold into the eye's private night. If you want a more intimate image, picture a lake at midnight. The lake is a calm mirror of the sky, and the surface is so unspeaking that you can feel its quiet in your bones. Drop a pebble. The pebble could be a worry, a memory, a plan, and the ripples travel outward, smoother than you expect, bending not only the water's surface, but the light that touches it. In gravity's own language, light also travels along the curves of space-time, so it bends around matter much the way a leaf follows a curved stream. You may notice this in the sky when a star seems to glow where it should not. The universe showing you a gravitational lens, a playful wink that the geometry is alive, that it can bend paths and brighten corners you didn't know existed. Let your eyes rest on the ceiling's soft glow, and imagine the photons dancing toward you along curved routes, arriving with the patience of a star that has traveled millions of years to kiss your lashes goodnight. White thoughts melt into blue ones as the night deepens. Here is another fact, gently nestled in the blanket's weave. In stronger gravity, time itself runs a little slower. It is not your fault when minutes slip by with the ease of drifting leaves. It is simply the room's answer to the mass of everything in it. Clocks near a heavy body tick a tad more slowly than those farther away. You do not have to understand the numbers for this to be true. All you need is the sensation, your heart beating in a rhythm that has learned to share its tempo with space. If you happen to imagine standing near a powerful source of gravity, your sense of time might stretch, become more patient, as if waiting in a quiet corridor where every breath counted just a little longer. And this is a gift you can carry into sleep. The permission to let time slow, to release the urge to hurry, to let your minutes become soft, and your hours become velvet. The fourth piece of wisdom tucked into the night's furnishing says that gravity is a slow, patient influence, the way something as gentle as a whisper can guide a whole world. Our eyes are tuned to see the world's shape, but the routine of gravity is like a lullaby that sings through the air. It is the reason you don't tumble off the bed's edge when you awaken to stretch. The bed's gravity is a quiet promise that you won't be dropped into the floor. And beyond the room, beyond the bed, it shapes the solar system. The sun's mass curves the space-time around it, and the planets follow the curves with a trust that is almost devotional. You feel a version of that trust now, don't you? That soft certainty that when you let go of tension, your body will settle into its natural curve, a line traced by your own private map of sleep. Let me tell you a tiny, tender mini story to carry you deeper. Once, a traveler named Myra stood on the edge of a week-old dream, watching a comet carve a pale tail across a night that shivered with starlight. Myra imagined that the comet rode a thread of space-time, a ribbon pulled taut by gravity's careful hand. It glided not by force, but by geometry, sliding along a path shaped by the universe's quiet design. This traveler knew that gravity's grip is not about making you smaller. It is about teaching you to move with grace, to follow a path written long before you began to wake. When the comet passed, Myra whispered a small blessing to herself. May your path be steady. May your spine rise to greet the night with ease. May your breath become a patient tide turning toward rest. And as the tale drifted away, Myra felt the blanket tighten ever so slightly, as if the universe itself sighed in relief that Myra had found her way to restful sleep. Another vignette slips in, delicate as a feather. A sea turtle slides beneath a calm, lunar sea and travels along the ocean floor's gentle curves. The current is not overpowering. It is a collaborator, guiding the turtle with a soft trust, helping it glide toward a shore it cannot quite see. In the same way, the gravity around you is a quiet guide, shaping your body's descent into sleep and helping your mind fold into the quieted landscape of your dreams. You are the turtle on a current made of space-time, every inhale a careful stroke, every exhale a glide closer to shore. Permit your jaw to unclench, your shoulders to settle, your hands to rest at your sides. Permit the blanket to do its work, to settle around your ribs, to press the day into a mossy bed beneath you, to allow the present moment to become your home. The sleep science of gravity loves to remind us that "you may" is a powerful phrase in the language of rest. You may release the day's last shape. You may soften the hinge of your knees. You may tilt your head toward the pillow as if listening to a distant, friendly planet speak softly in your ear. You may breathe in through your nose and sigh out through your mouth, watching the breath grow slower and more spacious with every cycle. In this act of permission, you become part of the fabric you're wrapped in. The blanket does not demand your surrender. It invites your consent, and with your consent, it folds you into a gentle surrender where even the trick of a thought can drift away like a cloud, dissolving at the horizon. Let us breathe in again, and as you breathe, count not objects or tasks, but the subtle eddies of your own gravity within. Feel the weight of your head settle into the pillow, the pressure of your shoulders sink toward the mattress, the fine line of your spine finding a place of quiet alignment. The body knows these curves. Science is only a church bell for the body's own memory. The fifth truth I offer, woven into tonight's fabric, is that space-time is not a flat sheet, but a living thing, an interwoven field that carries energy and mass, that speaks in the language of bends and waves. When two massive bodies, like newborn stars or whirling black holes, share a moment of cosmic conversation, they send out ripples, gravitational waves, that ripple through the cosmos much as a breeze travels across a quiet lake. Here in your bedroom, you might not hear those waves with your ears, but you can feel their effect in your own breath becoming deeper, in your neck loosening, in your chest sinking toward your heart. The universe is whispering to you that even the grandest phenomena are made of the same quiet, patient stuff as your own sleep. And what of light? You might wonder how a beam of sunlight or starlight can bend around a planet and reach your eyes in a night that began with a candle. It bends not because it wants to, but because gravity curves the path of every photon as it travels through the cosmos. The ecological beauty of this truth is that you are looking at history's handwriting. Every twinkle is a note written long ago, illuminated not merely by chance, but by geometry. The star you see now is a little older than you, perhaps a memory you've carried into this moment. You witness it by receiving photons that have threaded through the curvature of space, by meeting light that has chosen its path with grace. Tonight, try this. Imagine your own thoughts as photons traveling through your personal space-time. They bend and slow, sometimes aligning with the curves of your breath, sometimes gliding straight for a moment before slipping into their own soft, sleep-bound orbit. Be kind to them, let them bend as they will, and return to the blanket's embrace. We mustn't forget a seventh gentle note, the idea that gravity, in its purest form, is a guiding hand in the architecture of existence. It sets orbits, grants stability to satellites, and keeps your feet aligned with your bed as you ease toward rest. It is a patient sculptor, shaping not from malice, but from a capacity to hold and to cradle. And you, child of a starry night, are the sculpture's finest work tonight. A body that folds, a mind that slows, a breath that becomes a tide lapping against the shore of dream. If your imagination wanders toward the edges of the room, allow it to travel there with a soft, respectful curiosity. The room is not a boundary, but a doorway into a larger map, where gravity's calculus becomes your lullaby. The bedspread of space-time whispers, you belong here, you belong to this universe, you belong to the gentle physics of sleep that has kept you safe since first you learned to listen to your heartbeat. In this space, you might recall a tiny, almost a fable about a star who learned to listen to gravity's hum. The star did not fear the heavy weight of space. Instead, it learned to resonate with the curvature around it, to ride along the bends with ease. It found a companion in a quiet planet that orbits with patient devotion. Together, they discovered that the night can feel like a quiet conversation across a great distance, a correspondence carried on streams of light and gravity, a letter written in photons that arrive at last at your window to tell you. You are not alone in this soft economy of rest. The inertial drift you feel, this natural surrender to the way your body wants to recline and your thoughts want to drift, becomes a chorus that lulls you deeper into sleep. The blanket hums with the same refrain. Settle, drift, dissolve, rise again in a gentler form, settle, drift, dissolve, sleep. If you wish, you may imagine the room around you receding a tiny amount, like a painting sliding back into a drawer to reveal a deeper canvas. The bed remains, gliding with you along the same gentle gravity, the same easy curves that cradle you in dream. The world's noises soften into a distant, friendly whisper, the sound of rain on a far roof, the hush of wind along a hillside, the quiet assurance of a house you have walked through 1,000 times in waking life, and now meet again as you close your eyes and begin to listen with your whole body. The carpet's fibers sigh under you, the mattress nods with a nod that says, you may rest, and the ceiling's pale glow becomes a map of soft constellations promising safe passage through the dark. So drift. Let gravity's quiet lull carry you along its well-worn path, a path traced by countless travelers before you, by planets, by photons, by waves that roam the void and return to tell the tale. You need not hurry. You need only listen to the rhythm that has always been here, the rhythm that keeps time even as you loosen it. And when your mind tries to tug at a memory or a plan, smile softly and release it to the blanket's care. It will wait for you at the edge of wakefulness, a friendly note tucked into the seam. Come back whenever you like. I will be here, bending gently, holding you with the careful, patient geometry of the night. Close your eyes, if you haven't already, and listen to the soft rustle of night settling around you. The world beyond your skin hums with a patient electricity, a quiet loom weaving the familiar into quiet shapes. Tonight the air carries a particular scent, the scent of stillness and distant rain, though the rain itself may be nowhere near your window. It's simply gravity, gently speaking in your ear, settle, drift, rest. You may lean into the soft pull of the room as if the very floor were a warm, inviting sea. And there is distance, the space between you and something else, a distance that does not separate as much as it moderates the weight of the pull. Gravity loves the closeness of mass, and the intimacy grows fainter with distance. It's a quiet inverse relationship, a mathematical sigh. The strength of the pull shrinks as the distance grows, squared again and again, in a manner precise enough to keep the stars in their patient circuits and your body in its calm resonance with time. You do not need to solve the equations tonight to feel their music. Let the idea hover nearby, like a moth drawn to a quiet lamp, until it dissolves into gentleness and becomes a sensation rather than a slide rule. Let me tell you a small, sleepy story, the kind that makes the night seem to bend in a soft, affectionate arc. Once, a tiny satellite drifted free around a great, patient planet. It did not hurry, it did not rush to catch the light. It moved along its quiet track, a slender thread of motion woven into the bigger tapestry of gravity. The satellite learned something crucial. The farther you are from the planet, the weaker the hold, yet the hold is never truly gone. It is more like a gentle suggestion lingering in the air, an invitation to keep circling, to keep listening to the planet's breathing. You feel yourself being invited to orbit this moment, to circle it with your attention, to let the world's quiet gravity pull your thoughts toward calm, toward a place where even time slows to a tranquil hum. We could also listen to a different sound, the way a leaf on a still pond would feel gravity's influence if the pond was space-time, and the leaf, your mind, sensitive to every ripple. If you place a heavy stone at the center of the pond, the surface curves downward around it. If you drop a lighter leaf nearby, it glides along curved paths, following the bowing lines of a soft space sheet. In the universe, mass curves space-time, and we walk in the curls and bends of that curvature, often without noticing. This is the backbone of the idea you carry tonight. Gravity is not merely a force that pulls. It is the shape of the universe telling you how to move, a gentle directive embedded in the very fabric that keeps your feet on earth and your breath in rhythm with night. There are some crisp truths you may notice stitched into this tale. Factually calm, they sit like small stars in the otherwise velvet sky. First, gravity is the dance of attraction between masses. Any two masses feel a mutual pull toward one another, a gravitational embrace that is uniform and patient. The pull does not demand attention. It simply exists, a steady companion that exists wherever there is matter. You can rest in that idea. Mass invites gravity to begin its quiet work. Second, distance matters in a precise way. The strength of gravity grows weaker as you move away, following an inverse square rule. If you imagine the distance doubling, the pull shrinks to a quarter of what it was. If distance triples, the pull becomes 1/9 as strong. The universe keeps this rule with almost musical regularity, every star and moon and planet singing along in tune. You may close your eyes and feel that cadence, nearer, stronger, farther, softer. Third, there is more than a force in the night's language. In Albert Einstein's telling, gravity is the curvature of space-time caused by mass energy. It is not merely an invisible hand, but a bending of the stage on which everything moves. The Earth sits on a gentle hill cut into space-time by its own mass. Your footsteps trace a path along that hillside, without you having to think about it. When you breathe in, you momentarily lift into a tiny arc, tracing a line within the curved fabric of your world. Fourth, orbits are not random. They are landscapes shaped by gravity's caretaking. Planets glide around stars like dancers moving along a floor the room itself has arranged for them. The moon orbits Earth not because it wants to escape, but because it has learned to keep time with gravity's quiet tempo. In a vacuum, all objects accelerate downward at the same rate if released from rest, an elegant equality that might soothe your mind. In a weightless breath, every object falls toward calm at the same dreamlike pace. Fifth, tides show gravity's intimate touch in many sizes. The moon's gravity gently scrapes and tugs at Earth's seas, while the sun's broader hold shapes those vast oceans too. The difference in pull across the planet's face creates the tides, a soft swelling and retreat that ripples through coastlines and hearts alike. You might imagine a shoreline within your own chest, where gravity's kiss makes your breath rise and fall with a similar rhythm. Sixth, time itself may bend where gravity grows strong. A clock near a heavy mass ticks a touch more slowly than a clock far away. It is a detail that does not demand your attention, yet when noticed, it invites a soothing surrender. Time's flow is not uniform on every stage of the cosmos, but it is reliable enough to cradle your dreams. Let us soften further into a corridor of mini stories, each a gentle vignette designed to cradle your awareness and invite a sense of belonging to something larger, something patient and vast. You could listen to these as you listen to a lullaby, one note at a time, then a harmony, then a breath that lingers in the air. The first mini-story speaks in the voice of a leaf. A leaf on a balcony is drawn toward the window, not by force, but by the planet's patient ancestors tugging on every thread in the fabric of space and time. It is pulled toward the nearest lamplight, toward the hum of a city's life, toward the warmth of a home, toward gravity's eternal invitation to settle. The leaf sways gently and then lies still, listening to the quiet gravity as if it were a whispered poem. You too might feel like that leaf, allowed to drift, not pushed, allowed to sink into the night's softness. The second mini-story is of a kettle, once bright and coppery, now worn with the luster of good years. It sits on a stove whose flame has become a patient memory of heat. The kettle feels gravity as a friendly weight, as a hand that never leaves. It does not fight the ground, but relishes the slow pull into rest, letting steam rise in a curling spiral, an invisible ribbon that travels like a small comet, then dissolves into the air, leaving behind a quiet, soothed silence. The third mini-story visits a small planet and its moon. The planet yawns, and the moon answers with a delicate waltz. They are bound by a shared gravity, a promise that the distance between them will be maintained by the same invisible law, the inverse square law you carry in your head tonight without knowing you carry it. The dance between them is not dramatic or loud. It is a patient, circular embrace, a gentle circle that you could picture as two footprints on a quiet beach, always tracing the same path, always returning to the same warm spot in the sand. A fifth mini-story wins through the thought of tides again, but this time as a ship's bell heard from far away. The ship cannot see the moon, yet its bells learn the physics of the sea. The moon's gravity lifts the water in subtle, tugging rhythms. The bells ring with a tone that is itself a reminder of the night's own pull, that even when you cannot feel the force directly, it is present. A wind in the leaves, a current in the bloodstream of your planet. Listen to how the tide follows the moon's breath. Listen to how your own breath follows gravity's breath in the room you are in now, a room that keeps you safe by keeping you close to the ground. The sixth mini-story is a longer drift through a city at night, lights gleaming like distant stars in a dense sea of homes. A streetlight casts a pool of pale gold on the pavement, and a person walks through it, their steps following a pattern dictated by the ground beneath them, the gravity that keeps them near the Earth's generous embrace. The person is not running for safety or escape. They are simply moving with the night's own mood, letting gravity cradle their pace and guide their rhythm. You can imagine yourself in that scene, a soft figure walking the edge of sleep, each step a quiet permission slip, each exhale a gentle seal on a new promise, to rest, to settle, to dissolve into the night's velvet. The next set of sensory invitations invites you deeper into the science of this calm. You may picture a grid laid across the universe, a wide, invisible sheet, the space-time that bends with mass. You may imagine a sheet stretched taut by Earth's weight, like a trampoline that curves under a heavy ball. If you set another marble on the sheet, it does not push it away with brute force. It shapes the sheet's contour. Your mind can travel along these contours, along geodesics, the quiet, natural paths that any object falls into when it follows the curve of space-time. You are invited to lie along such a path tonight, to drift rather than push, to let the curve itself carry you toward rest. Let us pause to acknowledge a few more gentle truths that might appear as soft echoes of the earlier facts. The first of these is that gravity exists everywhere, around every star, every planet, every speck of dust that brightens the night. It is a patient, ubiquitous thread that helps to knit the universe into a coherent fabric. The second is that even in a vacuum, where there is no air to resist, you would still accelerate downwards at the same rate as any other object released from rest. This is not aggression, but equality, and the feeling of it can soothe the edges of worry. The third is that the sun and the moon are gravitationally bound to Earth in a system that teaches your brain a gentle sense of time, as if the cosmos itself was saying, "We move slowly enough for you to notice, and that is enough." The fourth is that the clocks of gravity run a bit slow near heavy masses. You might imagine time as a slow, patient river, deeper near the center of a gravity well and shallower elsewhere. You need not understand the mathematics to drink in this image and let it quiet your heartbeat. Incorporating all these ideas into your breathing, you may drift with even more tenderness. Inhale and feel the room expand with the warmth of safety. Exhale and feel the floor beneath you, steady, present, unshakable. Inhale again, and as your lungs fill, imagine a string of tiny moonlets orbiting your thoughts, tracing perfect loops around the center of your attention, never colliding, always returning to your calm. Exhale and release any thought that travels too fast, allowing it to fall into the soft curve of gravity's embrace, dissolving, becoming nothing more than a distant, familiar hum. You might want to hear one more story, one more vignette to lodge in your memory as you drift towards sleep. Picture a planet and its ring, the elegant circle of ice and rock that glitters around it like a halo. The ring is not a solid band, but a collection of countless tiny particles, each feeling gravity's pull toward the planet and toward its neighbors. The particles orbit in a shared harmony. choreography of space-time, ever so gently adjusting their speeds so as not to crash. If you look closely, you will see that even this delicate structure is a testament to curvature. The ring exists because space is not flat here, but curved by the planet's mass, guiding each particle into a path that keeps it near the whole, within the larger, patient orbit of the planet's night sky. You can rest inside such a thought, that the universe loves balance, that it favors gentle paths over abrupt exits, that in sleep we find a reflection of this cosmic choreography. And now, with these visions securing themselves in your consciousness, you may allow gravity to become a lullaby rather than a rule. The sound of gravity can be understood as a soft, continuous invitation. Come closer, then drift away. Return, then release. Be here, then become the space between heartbeats. The invitation is not harsh or demanding. It is a consent, a permission to leave behind the day's loud concerns and to settle into the night's softer mathematics, the mathematics of rest, the geometry of stillness, the calculus of breath. Let your skin feel the room as a sentence in a longer paragraph of air, the air that holds you like the hushed sigh of the earth. The ground beneath you remains a quiet, patient anchor. It does not push you, it does not hurry you. It simply supports the weight of your becoming, as gravity silently supports the mass of the world you inhabit. You are held by this invisible blanket, the fabric your body learns to trust when the lights go down and the mind begins to travel on more subtle currents. If at any moment you notice a thought that seems urgent or loud, treat it as one of the night's little stars, visible, shimmering, but distant. Acknowledge it with a gentle blink, then watch it drift. The night invites you to let the stars settle into place, to let your worries dissolve into the vast, patient dark. You do not need to chase after them. They will follow their own orbits and finally merge with the horizon of sleep. Here are a few phrases you may use, if you wish, to keep your doorway open for permission and ease. You may soften your grip on the day, letting your mind slide into a softer shape. You are allowed to drift at your own pace, to follow the curves of gravity and the curves of your breath. It is perfectly fine to dissolve into the night's quiet, to become a quiet, breathing silhouette against the dark. You may rest, and in resting, you will find a thread of time that feels ancient and kind. As you sink deeper, imagine your body as a small planet in a gentle orbit around the larger world's center. The planet does not fight gravity, it does not rush its descent. It trusts the pull enough to settle into its appointed place, a place where the atmosphere is a soft cloak, and the surface is a whisper you can hear if you listen closely enough. Let your muscles loosen, one by one, like a slow unbinding of a knot. Let your shoulders widen, your jaw unclench, your brow smooth itself into a calm line. Feel the air flood your lungs with a familiar, ordinary grace, the grace that comes when you stop resisting gravity's invitation to simply be. And when you drift, you may notice the sensation of mass and distance again, but not as a problem to solve or a riddle to conquer. Rather as a duet, you and the night, you and the planet, you and the quiet blanket of space-time, moving together in a cooperative quiet. The universe, in its gentle wisdom, offers you a night of steady, patient motion. It says, in the language of science made soft, rest now. Move with the curve. Let the light of the day fade away and the knowledge of night begin to glow within you. If your mind returns to the day's tasks, bring it back to this simple image. A heavy globe resting on a stretched sheet, the sheet bending under the weight, the globe and the sheet both part of a larger, harmonious system. Remind yourself that gravity's pull is a natural part of that system, neither cruel nor punitive, but a steady, reliable feature of existence. You can trust this. You can rest in this truth that even as you sleep, the universe continues to hold you with a kind and unbreakable grip. In the end, the most important fact remains simple and true. Gravity is the invisible blanket. It is everywhere and it never leaves. It is patient enough to hold you steady, decisive enough to shape your pathways, and gentle enough to invite your return to stillness whenever you need it. You are never alone in the night. You carry a quiet museum of gravity with you, lessons about mass, distance, curvature, tucked in the folds of your breath, waiting to be opened with the ease of a sigh. If you wake briefly in the night, remember this gentle rule. You may return to your breath, you may listen to the space between thoughts, you may let gravity guide you once more into the cradle of sleep. You will not lose your way. You will arrive at rest at last, with the night's soft mercy wrapping you in a second, longer sigh. Close your eyes if you please, and imagine you are laying a hand on a long, quiet blanket stretched across a hill. The blanket does not lie flat because you laid it there. It sags where the blanket holds something heavier than the rest of the fabric. You may press your palm into the warp and weave of this metaphor until you feel the pull of the earth beneath your cheek. The heavier the presence, the deeper the sag. You may observe this without fear, without hurry, as if watching a tide rise and fall in a distant, glassy bay. For what we are about to explore is not a lure toward fear, but a cradle drifting toward understanding, a way to soften the miles between what you know and what you sense in the quiet of your own room. The velvet diagram of space is not a picture you can pin to a wall, but a living map you carry with you as you move. It lives in the way your chair supports you, in the way the floor meets your feet, in the very breath that hovers between inhale and exhale. If you listen close, you can hear this map speaking in a language of shapes rather than sounds. The long sweep of curves, the gentle bend of lines as they sweep through the night. And perhaps you notice that your own body is also curved in the presence of gravity, not by force, but by geometry, the shape of your path through time and space. Let us begin with a simple, patient truth. Mass tells space-time how to curve. You do not need to teach it, you just are. The heavier the presence, the more the fabric beneath you leans toward a gentle dip. Think of this as a quiet reminder that the room you inhabit is not a rigid box, but a living surface, flexible and slow to respond to anything but long, patient nudges. When you place your hand on the arm of your chair or rest your head against the pillow, you feel the world's weight as a soft, invisible hand guiding you along a path that is neither straight nor hurried. It is a path chosen not by you alone, but by the surrounding fabric, which remembers every mass, every back, every chair, every cat curled in a sunbeam, until the quilt of space-time learns your way and folds itself to meet you where you sleep. If you pause now, you may hear a small question arrive, a ripple in the hush. What does it feel like to be curved by gravity, to be part of a geometry that does not shout, but simply shapes your motion? You may wonder, and that wonder is a generous act, because curiosity softens the breath and lets the room become a patient teacher. You might answer softly to yourself. It feels like gliding rather than sprinting, like gliding through the air that has learned to bend around you. You slide along a curved path because the space around you has been gently rearranged by the presence of mass. The path that your body would naturally take if you imagined your feet stepping forward without any constraints has become a path that follows the curves woven into the fabric by all the matter in the room, all the matter in the universe, all the matter your mind can imagine, curves that cradle you, curves that guide you toward a destination you may not yet consciously name. Here in the quiet, you might hear another whisper. Light also travels along curved paths when the space around is curved. Light, that nimble traveler, enjoys a kind of zigzag if a hill of gravity stands nearby, even a hill invisible to the naked eye, a hill not made of stone, but of curvature itself. Imagine a lantern on a hillside, its glow not traveling in a straight line, but bending as it passes over a crest of space-time, as if the night itself were a slow river of silk that refuses to run in a perfectly straight line. When you tilt your head just a fraction and let your inner eye follow the glow of distant candles, you may observe how the world's geometry bends the rays of light into a delicate arc. It is not a trick of the eye, but a truth about the architecture of the cosmos. Gravity is not merely a force that pulls. It is the architecture that makes paths bend and light tilt, and you are invited to rest within that architecture with a sense of release and awe. If you allow a moment of patience, you can entertain another fact of this velvet diagram. Space-time is woven from both space and time, a four-dimensional fabric that cannot be separated into one thread or another without losing the grain of the whole. Your yesterday, your today, your tomorrow, these are not separate sheets. They are threads in the same loom, and gravity tells the loom how to bend as it stretches. Time, too, travels along a path formed by mass. Clocks tick at different rates, depending on how much curvature surrounds them. You do not need to measure such things to feel their effect. You can sense it in your own breathing. When you lie still and the room deepens around you, you might feel time soften its edges, as if the second hand were resting for a moment upon a cushion before continuing its careful march. The geometry of time as well as space emerges through the quiet, and the effect is to invite you to settle further into calm, to let the hours slip by like a slow, patient tide. You may ask again, in the gentlest possible tone, what else does this invisible blanket do? The answer arrived not as a shout, but as a whisper, a cascade of small, concrete truths that do not demand your attention so much as welcome your attention. 6 little truths that arise as we walk this curved shore. Truth 1, mass tells space-time how to curve. This is the core of the dream. Every object, every pebble on your windowsill, every person you have ever loved, contributes to the soft sag of the fabric around them. You may picture a field of contour lines drawn in velvet. That is the space-time you inhabit, where the density of those lines thickens near heavy objects and loosens far away. The blanket around you is not uniform. It breathes and shifts with the weight of the universe's inhabitants. And you, the gentle you who reads these words and breathes in the night, are part of that tapestry, part of a quiet, sprawling geometry that folds gently around you as you drift towards sleep. Truth 2. Objects follow the curvature, moving along the geometry the space provides, not in a random tumble, but along the natural geodesics, the shortest paths in this curved sea. If you imagine a marble on a curved track, the marble does not insist on continuing in a straight line. It follows a path determined by the tilt of the track. Your life, your choices, your steps toward morning. These are the marbles, and you are the traveler who recognizes that you are quietly following a curve laid out by the fabric of space-time itself. You can feel this when you walk down a quiet hallway and sense how your joints and muscles coordinate with gravity to keep you upright. You may notice the subtle choreography in your own gait, as if you're tracing a line that only geometry can draw. Truth 3, space-time is four-dimensional. Space and time are trembling partners in the same waltz. When you listen to the clock on the wall, you hear its tick as a rhythm that crosses through the room and into your chest. The fabric you lie upon is not merely a blanket over a bed, but a shallow sea where time is a river that winds through the space you occupy. The more you accept that the night is a careful weave of both dimensions, the easier it is to settle. The next breath becomes not just air, but a note in a larger score, a line in a drawing that spares you the harshness of sharp edges and replaces them with smooth, uninterrupted arcs. Truth 4, light bends in curved spacetime. Gravity shapes the lanes through which photons travel. You may think of distant stars as they appear through a veil of glass that slightly tilts the world's edges, a lens formed not by glass, but by mass bending the space around it. The night you see from your window isn't a fixed stage. It is a living image shaped by gravity's gentle hand. Sometimes a lighthouse flickers with a softness that makes the beam curve as it sweeps across the sea. Sometimes the glow of the moon lands on the water with a silver path that seems to curve around the ship as if to cradle it in a silken ribbon. This is the physics of grace. We do not need to push things hard to bend them. We simply let the geometry show its quiet mercy. Truth 5, curvature fades with distance. The gravitational sag grows more pronounced near massive objects and becomes almost invisible far away, where the fabric is near flat. This is a comforting truth for those who sleep. The universe is generous about scale. In far-off corners of the cosmos, the quiet curvature is so gentle that you would need to measure with instruments to detect it. And in your own room, the curve you feel is a soft gradient, a lullaby rather than a shout. You can rest easy knowing that the night's blanket is mostly smooth here, and the slight sag you sense is enough to guide your steps toward morning without tugging you too hard from the dream you are choosing to finish. Truth 6. Gravity is geometry, not some distant force tugging you along. Instead of picturing gravity as a rope pulling you downhill, imagine a landscape that you slowly follow because its hills and dips shape your path. When you lie back, you feel the ground's gentle slope beneath you. When you sit, you become part of the room's mood, a note in the chamber's quiet chord. The idea that gravity is geometry is not a cold abstraction. It is a way to speak about how the universe invites you to move with ease, to wander through the night with the assurance that you are not fighting the fabric, but riding its soft, invisible currents toward a restful place. In these truths you may hear a chorus forming, not loud but clear. The night is a patient teacher. It asks nothing of you except to become aware of the space that holds you, to let yourself settle into the curve that cradles your body as you drift towards sleep. If you permit, you may tell yourself a small, kind permission. You may breathe slowly. You may slow the pace of your thoughts. You may allow your muscles to loosen in their natural state of surrender. The room becomes more than four walls. It becomes a hush of gravity softened into stillness. The velvet diagram of space is not a punishment for wakefulness, but a benevolent invitation to rest in a universe that is always curving, always listening, always offering you a gentle path forward. Let us drift into a few soft vignettes, little micro-stories that illuminate the physics with quiet human tenderness. First vignette, a river and its bend. Picture a river running through a valley you know well, its surface a lighting of the world, its banks lined with grasses that lean toward the water as if they are listening to a very old lullaby. In this valley, gravity is the riverbank's way of saying, stay close, but not too close. Let your course be guided by the land's own patience. The water curves around a rocky outcrop, curving toward a deeper bend. A leaf floats along the current, and for a moment, you see how the water's path is shaped by the rock, a small, quiet curvature that the river accepts as part of its life. You are the watcher who learns from the river's graceful arc. You do not push the water to a straight line. You yield to the path the valley has offered, and in yielding, you find a certain freedom, a gentler motion towards sleep. Second vignette, a lantern and a rooftop. On a calm night, a lantern hung from a rooftop tilts as the air settles, and you notice that the light's path to the street bends just a fraction because the air, and perhaps the weight of the lantern's metal, is part of a larger field of influence. This small tilt teaches a larger truth. Curvature is all around, even in places we rarely think to measure. You may watch the beam cut a wavy line through the darkness and realize that this is not a miracle, but a mirror of the cosmos in miniature. The roof becomes a stage where gravity plays the simplest of plays. Nothing dramatic, only a quiet shaping of paths and a patient invitation to walk along them toward dawn. Third vignette, a child releasing a lantern. Imagine a small child in a field releasing a lantern into the night. The lantern rises on a thread of warm air, then begins to drift along the curve of the wind and the air's subtle curvature, a miniature cosmos playing in the child's breath. If you listen, you can hear the sigh of the earth as the lantern climbs up and along its curve, a miniature demonstration of geometry in motion. You might smile and think, this is gravity's gentlest education, the lesson that even a simple act, a wish released into the sky, becomes a study of how space itself carries us toward the future. You can tell yourself that you too are releasing something into this vast night, and the release is not a loss, but a graceful transition along a curved path toward rest. Fourth vignette, a sleeping ship on a calm sea. The ship does not sail in a straight, bold line. It glides along the curved hush of the sea, its bow following a gentle arco as the horizon invites it to settle into the dip between two wave crests. The water's surface is a pale map of curves, drawn by gravity's patient hand. The ship's hull sinks a little into the swell, and you feel how your own breath mirrors that motion. A small descent, a moment of pause, then a quiet rise toward the next breath. This is a narrative in microcosm. The planet's gravity shapes the ship's journey just as it shapes your nightly journey towards sleep, a reminder that movement is not aimless. It is guided by an ancient geometry that has learned patience from centuries of tides. A fifth truth emerges softly as you listen to these scenes. The curvature of space is not something that happens only far away among the stars. It is present here, in the quiet you breathe, in the geometry of your own muscles and bones as you settle deeper into the mattress. You do not need to measure a thing to witness it. You only need to notice the way the room's air seems to fold around your shoulders, the way your back settles against the support with a curve that feels almost deliberate, as if the bed has learned your shape and chosen to cradle you with a gentleness that feels almost like a lullaby written in the language of geometry. Now, in a softer cadence, hear one more truth whispered into your ear, a gentle reminder that may be both practical and spiritual. There are gravitational waves, the ripples beneath the surface of space-time, caused by the acceleration of massive bodies. They propagate at the speed of light, a speed you cannot feel directly in a night like this. Yet their existence is a hum you can sense in the background of your mind, a distant note that reassures you that even pain, even sorrow, even the terrible vastness of space can be felt and carried and softened by the universe's own rhythm. In your sleep, you inhabit a cosmos that has the capacity to ripple and settle, to tremble and then return to stillness, just as your own breath trembles and returns to stillness again and again. You may wish to hold that thought gently, as if cradling a small bird. Even the most sweeping cosmic phenomena are followed by quiet, a chance to rest, a chance to let the fabric repair itself as you repair yourself. And so you breathe in slowly and let gravity's geometry wash over you like a warm tide. You are allowed to feel safe within the curve, to trust that the path you are following, though not perfectly straight, is a path that the universe has carefully laid out for you. You are permitted to accept that light itself travels on curved routes near perfection's reach, so to speak, that the night stars are not points in a flat backdrop, but lamps suspended within a curved stage. You may close your eyes and let your hearing soften the distance between you and the faraway galaxies that are curving their light toward your sleeping room. Content that their light travels across a cosmos stitched by gravity's intricate, patient hand. As you drift deeper, consider the final, intimate practice this velvet diagram invites. You can treat the curvature of space as a friend who helps you find your way to memory's resting place. In waking thoughts, you might fret about the miles you have to traverse before morning, about tasks that loom and demands that press. In sleep, you allow the geometry to do the heavy lifting of direction. You may simply lie still and let the curve guide your body toward the bed's center of gravity, toward the heart of the night where your mind can quieten. You may surrender to the floor's embrace, to the pillow's softness, to the closed curtains that erase the day's remembered noise and turn down the world's volume until only your own breath remains as a steady drum, a metronome of calm. Let us take a moment longer to savor the rhythm of your present experience. You breathe in with the calm trust that your body knows how to move in harmony with the world's curvature, and you breathe out with a sigh that says you will let go of effort, if only for a little while. You may grant yourself permission to settle anywhere the night invites you, to let your shoulders drop toward the mattress, to let your jaw unclench, to permit your eyelids to feel heavy without fear of losing yourself. In this space, you are not passive. You are participating in a quiet dialogue with the cosmos, a conversation that names the fabric that carries you and finally finds you comfortable here, now, in the stillness that follows the last of the day's clamor. If you wish, you can think of the room itself as a tiny, personal universe, a pocket in which curvature has been measured not by instruments, but by your sleepful senses. The walls curve ever so slightly toward the ceiling, the carpet softens into a gentle bowl under your weight, and the bed acts as a cradle that speaks a language all its own, the language of support, of containment, of safety. You may recognize that these are all aspects of gravity's grand design, but you do not have to understand the equations to feel the effect. You can simply observe your own experience, the gradual sinking, the expansion of calm, the sense that the world's weight is not crushing you, but gently inviting you into a deeper stillness. And now, as you near that most tender threshold of sleep, there is a permission I offer you once more, the permission to dissolve into the space between thought. You may allow your mind to become the surface of the sea, smooth and reflective, where earthly worries drift by as small boats and then dissolve as you watch them fade, one after another, into the horizon. You may permit this room to become the entire universe's lullaby, the place where curvature, so often invisible, takes up residence in the soft folds of your daydreams, in the whisper of your pulse, in the slow turning of your attention from action to awareness. In this permission, you are free to drift, free to float, free to settle into a place where the mind's knots unravel with a patience that feels almost like the universe's own. The night listens to your breath and leans in closer, as if the cosmos itself were bending toward your quiet exhale. The velvet diagram of space glows faintly in the corners of your perception, not with heat or flame, but with the warmth of understanding. If a memory flickers, if a fraction of a worry returns for a moment, you can acknowledge it and then set it aside, as one would place a pebble into a jar and seal the lid gently. No pressure, no urgency, just space for a moment's rest. For you are not required to solve gravity in this moment. You are invited to share the hush that gravity already keeps, a hush that is listening, a hush that supports, a hush that allows you to become part of a bigger geometry, the geometry that holds not only planets and photons, but your own breathing, your own heart study, your own sleeping self. So here in the dark, in the cradle of space and time, you are careful and kind with yourself. The curvature around you is a map of care more than a map of conquest. It tells you that sleep is not an escape, but a recognition, that the universe is not a blank, cold expanse, but a gently curved stage on which you are allowed to perform your most intimate, most human act, rest. You may welcome this act as a part of the science you've been slowly learning, a science written not in numbers, but in the slow, intimate language of feeling, that the cosmos, in its quiet grandeur, invites you to settle, to listen, to become more aware of the invisible lines that guide your path, and to trust the curve that carries you toward morning. And with that trust, you drift. The blanket of night folds closer, and the world's curvature becomes your shelter, not your challenge. Your breath settles into a comfortable rhythm, and the room's air grows thick with the scent of sleep's soft bloom. Your limbs loosen, your shoulders release their small, stubborn weight, and your mind, which often travels with a bright, restless energy, finally agrees to walk with gravity's pace rather than against it. The subconscious murmur of the night, the distant sound of wind in leaves, the faint hum of the city far away, all align with a single, patient tempo. A tempo that says you are safe, you are held, you are enough exactly as you are. So breathe and soften. Let the curvature of space become not a lecture, but a lullaby, not a theorem, but a touch of warmth along your spine. Let the velvet diagram hold you as you drift to the edge of sleep, where you can hear again the quiet science of gravity speaking in the language of comfort. You are beloved, you are safe, you are perfectly placed on the curved path that carries you toward dawn. And if you wake before the sun, you will wake still within this gentle geometry, with the sense that the night's invisible blanket remains a little longer, a little more forgiving, a little more ready to cradle you as you begin again. The night hums and you hear it as you breathe, a quiet tide pulling at the edges of your thoughts. The room is dark but not empty, filled with a pale, patient glow that lingers like the soft breath of a sleeping planet. You settle deeper, and the world tilts just enough for gravity to become your invisible blanket, the gentle weight of the air pressing and releasing in a rhythm that makes your pulse listen more closely. Where do you begin to sleep, you ask yourself, but the answer arrives in the same way a distant star might announce itself, without fanfare, simply by showing up. In the velvet hush of your room, gravity is not a loud declaration. It is the patient seamstress of the night, sewing your moments together with a thread that you cannot see. If you listen, you can hear the quiet explanation in the space just behind your breath. The world is not trying to hold you down so much as guiding you to drift, to settle, to dissolve the rough edges of wakefulness into a smoother, slower orbit. You might call it an invisible blanket, but blankets can be counted and folded. This one is a field of curvature, a gentle bending of the stage where your mind rehearses its nightly drama. The sleepy science of gravity is a whisper that grows louder the more you listen. It asks you gentle questions, and it lets the questions linger like sugar on the tongue, dissolving into a soft, sweet clarity. What if your awakening and your rest are not two states divided by a sharp line, but two moments on a single, long spiral? What if waking is a brief perigee, the point where your awareness is closest to the sun of the day, followed by a slow, expanding drift toward rest, toward the apogee where your body finally acknowledges its own quiet gravitational pull? You are a satellite in a night sky chamber, circling a center that is not a flame but a mood. Your mind has its own orbit around the day's sun, a path that feels circular even when it is not. Orbits are not perfect circles, you realize in the soft clarity of the moment. They are ellipses, sometimes flattened and sometimes slender, shaped by the mass that draws them in and by the momentum that carries them forward. Today's momentum is your breath, a steady line that lengthens and pauses, lengthens again, until the pause itself becomes a portal, a moment when you recognize that the curve is part of your own anatomy, part of your sleep's architecture. If you listen to the night with the intention to understand, you will hear the first fact of this quiet science. Gravity is not a mere tug, it is the curvature of space-time around mass. Mass tells space how to curve, space tells mass how to move. The idea is old, and it is tender, as if the universe leaned in to tell you a bedtime story, and in its own patient way, invited you to listen without fear. Close your eyes and feel the blanket press against your shoulders, with just enough insistence to remind you that rest is not a surrender so much as a transformation. The earth beneath you is not grasping. It is guiding you into a slower tempo, a more forgiving tempo, where your edges soften and your thoughts become planets of their own making, orbiting a brighter center that is only just beyond reach. Do you notice how the world around you seems to melt a little when you exhale, as if air itself finds a gentler path through your throat? This is part of the second fact I want to carry to you tonight, a fact you can hear as a soft resonance in the quiet. Orbits are not perfect circles. They travel along paths called ellipses, shaped by the speed of the traveler and the pull of the central mass. In your bed, this translates to a rhythm, the ritual you perform every night, an inward movement that accelerates when your attention darts toward the day and decelerates as it yields to the peace of the night. You speed up as your mind escapes to the bright immediacy of the morning. You slow down as your muscles release their protest, as the room grows cooler, the blankets heavier, and the horizon of your consciousness slides a fraction towards sleep. You might ask yourself, what is the connection between this small harbor scene and the bigger pull of gravity that shapes the heavens? It is a bridge you travel by noticing the little things. The way a child's breath turns into a lullaby when the bedtime story ends and the stars begin to whisper. The way a cat curls in the sunlit hollow of a chair and then slides into the shadow to rest. The third fact glides in softly. Gravity acts everywhere, not only in the far reaches of space. It is present in the room as surely as it is present around the sun. Your feet press into the mattress presses back. The floor holds you, the ceiling refuses to press too hard, and the air around you, so gentle, so neighborly, keeps you in a uniform, familiar pull. You can feel it in the way your shoulders ease into the pillow, in the way your jaw unclenches, in the way your toes soften, as if every part of you recognizes a shared destiny with the planet you stand on. This is a truth you can hear without words. Gravity is not a distant, star-spun mystery alone. It is the patient, daily, intimate force that makes your life possible. The quiet current that keeps your inner world in its own slow, circular motion. The night offers you another small story, a vignette of tides and time, a memory of the moon's gentle persuasion. Imagine the Earth's tides as a chorus that rises and falls in grateful cycles. The moon's gravity pulls on the oceans with a whisper that can be felt in the pulse of your own breathing, in the way the air settles deeper with each exhale. The oceans bow to the same invisible law that bows your shoulders toward the pillow. In the rhythm of the tide, you can hear a metaphor for your own sleep. There is a gravitational pull toward rest, and there is a counterpull toward wakefulness. And if you learn to listen, you will discover that these forces can dance together without collision. The water recedes and returns not as a defeat of one tempo by another, but as a careful negotiation between two rhythms that share a single body. And so, in your own bed, you learn to balance wakefulness and rest, to ride the crests and troughs with a patient, almost ceremonial ease. I want you to hear a fifth fact, not shouted but breathed into your ear. Mass is a composer of gravity. The more mass something carries, the stronger its pull, and the more it shapes the path of nearby objects. In the grand scale, the sun holds the planets with a patient gravity that makes them orbit in a grand dance. In your private corner of the night, your own mass, the solid weight of your body, the weight of your thoughts, the memory of your day, holds you with a familiar gravity that keeps your mind from wandering away into a storm of thoughts. The heavier your mind's burden at dusk, the more the need to rest becomes urgent. Yet if the weight becomes too heavy, sleep might arrive with a sigh of surrender rather than a gentle invitation. The trick, you discover slowly, is not to fight the weight, but to align yourself with it, to let the mass of today's events curve your path toward a soft, safe orbit around sleep. And then a little flash of a sixth fact, wrapped in a small, soft story. Time itself, in gravitational parlance, is a patient thing. Near a very massive object, clocks would tick a bit more slowly. A week in a heavy gravity well could stretch into an eternity in the mind's meanderings. You may not measure seconds anymore in the ordinary way as you sink deeper. Instead, you measure time by the length of breaths, by the rise and fall of the chest, by the careful, almost ceremonial counting of your own attention's descent. It is not the same as the clock's tick, yet it is the same rhythm, a gentle reminder that within gravity's embrace, your perception of time can soften. The day's hurry gives way to a more generous tempo, the mind's calendar loosens its grip, and you drift toward a horizon where minutes become waves. If you listen, sleep will tell you its version of time, not a line, but a circle, a slow circle that returns you to yourself in the quietest possible way. Now, a memory, a micro-story of a pendulum, and a small, intimate science lesson that folds into your night. In a quiet kitchen many years ago, a grandfather kept a pendulum clock that swung with a patient, even rhythm. Each swing carried a small gravity of its own, a reminder that motion and rest share a doorway. The pendulum does not rush. It travels with a certainty that feels like trust. When the room grows still enough for the clock to murmur its tick-tock, the hands of the clock seem to measure not happiness or sorrow, but the nervous hum of being awake and the soft, safe pledge of rest waiting beyond the tick. If you listen with your whole body, you can feel the clock's gravity reaching toward you as if it were a second heartbeat, inviting you to settle, to slide along the arc of sleep, to dissolve into the quiet space at the bottom of the arc, where night simply holds you and does not demand anything in return. A handful of tiny, almost unnoticeable details, thin as a thread of spider silk, but enough to anchor a dream. The cool air brushing your temple, the subtle scent of rain on the window, the way a whisper of wind sounds like a distant, approving sigh. These sensory invitations are not random. They are deliberate, part of the same design that governs the moon's shading on the Earth, and the way a planet keeps its beloved time by circling the sun. The room's gravity is not a metal chain about your neck. It is a hammock, a cradle, a gentle cradle you can trust to hold you as you drift. You may notice how your eyelids begin to feel like doors softening in the hinges, how your fingers loosen their grip on the blanket, how your jaw loosens its tight line so that even your teeth seem to relax. This is a permission you grant yourself, a little concession to the night. You may release the day's momentum, you may surrender the crisp sense of responsibility, you may let your mind float away from its latest worry and not chase it down again. Let me invite you deeper with another scene, a space narrative stitched into the quiet of your own bed. A small comet travels through a night sky that is not the sky of a distant world, but the ceiling of your room, stretched thin by sleep. The comet's journey is a lesson in patience. It burns with a slow, honest flame and does not attempt to outrun the darkness. Instead, it follows gravity's law with a soft stubbornness that is almost affectionate. We can watch this comet as it glides along its elliptical path, spending more time near the bright center and moving swiftest when it brushes past its outer edge. In your sleep, you are that comet, tracing an arc across the darkness of your mind. The sun is your wakefulness, bright and insistent. The moon is your rest, pale and patient. You tilt toward one and you tilt away from the other, and in that tilt there is a comfort, a sense that you are held by a system larger than your daily concerns. Over and over, the night repeats this gentle formula. Wakefulness reaches a certain height, then gravity's quiet hand drags you back into rest. It is not coercion, it is contribution. It is the bedtime story you tell yourself when the day has spoken its last long sentence, and you do not yet know what the next morning will say. The sea within you, if you listen, speaks in tides. It rises with the moon's gravity and recedes when the day's sun comes too close, echoing the same ebb and flow that shapes coastlines and hearts alike. The bed becomes the shoreline. You lie upon it as a sea creature might lie on a quiet reef, trusting the ocean to keep you safe, to move you slowly, to cradle you through the night's deep blue. In this quiet science, there are still more truths, but the tone remains soft, as if the world were listening as well. Gravity's pull is a whisper that never leaves. It invites your mind to lean into the shape of rest, as if rest is a kind of geometry you finally understand. You begin to sense that every inhale is a tiny revolution around your personal sun of awareness. Every exhale is a drift toward your own calm horizon. If there is a formula to remember, it is this: the more you settle, the closer you come to a perfect, patient orbit. The less you fight the pull, the more you find the moment when your inner planets align with the night's serene gravity. Perhaps you wonder how to keep this orbit steady, how to keep your mind from slipping into the turbulence of last-minute thoughts or into the nagging voices of tomorrow's to-dos. The answer is not a sudden triumph, but a sequence of quiet agreements. You may speak to yourself as one speaks to a gentle child or a faithful dog. You may rest now. You may release the need to decide everything tonight. You may let the blanket hold you a little longer before you rise again as a different self, a self who has learned to move with gravity rather than against it. You may grant yourself permission to dissolve into silence, to let the room's air fill you with its own slow, steady gravity, the same gravity that holds the stars in their quiet procession around their invisible suns. And so you drift deeper, with the night's lessons folding around you like a cloak of stars. The fourth fact, nestled in the folds of your thoughts, is that gravity is a weak force when considered over short distances, yet it governs on cosmic scales because it acts on everything with mass, everywhere. Your bed is not a fortress against gravity, but a map of it, a subtle topography of pull and release. The bed is the Earth's edge drawn inward to your own body. You are the moon that keeps company with a planet called sleep. The fifth fact, woven into your awareness through the gentle narratives of the night, is that gravity's reach is universal. It forms the texture of every landscape, from the grandest galaxies to the smallest size of breath you release. The bedroom is not free of gravity. It exists within gravity, and that is exactly what makes it a sanctuary rather than a cage. As your breathing settles, as your thoughts become a fog that lifts rather than a storm that roars, you realize that the night's rhythm has a sound, a low, continuous hum that feels almost musical, a lullaby written by the language of space and time. The final thread I want to offer you is this: you are doing something old and necessary, something older than memory, something that predates your first breath of this night. the act of resting as a natural function of the body, a deliberate alignment with a universal cadence. In ancient terms, you might say you are returning to the floor of your own gravity, to the quiet center that does not push nor pull too hard, but simply remains, a constant in a universe of change. Now, in the deepest hush of sleep's doorway, you may feel yourself already in orbit. The day's bright edges recede into the past, the night's soft light surrounds you with a patient glow, and you drift toward a place where minutes are gentle and time becomes a companion rather than a taskmaster. Your mind, which yesterday learned to calculate distances and measure the weight of thoughts, now learns the art of letting things be. The night does not demand miracles, only a little faith in the slow, unhurried process of becoming less awake and more at rest. Your body leans against gravity without fear. Your heart keeps time with it, a quiet metronome in the chest, a second heartbeat that you share with the planet you call home. If you awaken briefly in the middle of the night, remember that you are still in orbit. The world outside your skin, the world of crayoned constellations on the ceiling, the world of grass and wind and distant thunder, all of this remains within the same invisible blanket, the same gentle mass that holds you as you sleep. You may feel the breath become a pale, steady tide. You may hear the house settle with a sigh. You may sense the soft awareness that the sleep you seek is already here, just beyond the edge of waking, waiting for you to return to it with the calm certainty of a planet finding its way home after a long day in the sun. And then, when you are ready to rise again with the morning, you will know this. Your awakening will have its own quiet gravity, a soft nudge that reminds you to step back into the world with a new rhythm, a kinder pace, a slower pace that lets you carry the memory of the night's hush in your bones. You will not abandon the night. You will keep it as a reference point, a place you can return to when the world becomes too loud, a soft map of how to drift back toward rest whenever you need. The chain of your days may endure, but the tether to sleep will remain intact, an invisible thread that binds your waking self to your dreaming self, a thread that knows exactly how to lean and breathe and settle. And so, you float. You float as you always do when you allow gravity to do what it does best, hold you gently, pull you softly towards stillness, guide you to a place where you are both not quite awake and not quite asleep, a twilight land where time loosens its grip and your thoughts become as light as stardust. You are a traveler in a well-worn orbit, a traveler who has learned to trust the quiet curvature of the night, to trust the blanket that invites you to dissolve, to trust the space between your breaths as a safe harbor for dreams. The night closes in with its velvet patience, and the first glint of dawn begins to sketch the horizon of your waking day. But for now, you rest. You are exactly where gravity wants you to be, safe, held, and wonderfully free to drift. In the end, the sleep you seek is not a destination, but a path. The path of an orbit that begins with a soft hello to the day and curls, ever so gently, back toward rest. You have learned a little of the invisible mathematics that keeps your world in motion. Learn to listen for the quiet arithmetic of a sigh and a breath. Learn to inhabit the moment where wind and weight and wonder all meet in the same perfect pause. If you need to measure yourself, do so with the tenderness of a late night tide, measuring the rise and fall of your own quiet, your own gentle peace. You are more than the sum of your waking thoughts. You are part of a cosmos that breathes you in and out, that wraps you in its own ancient, patient language. You are ready for sleep. You are ready to drift. You are ready to dissolve into the night's soft gravity, to rest as if you had always been here and would forever return to this place of quiet and light. So breathe in and breathe out, and let your mind forgive itself for the day's loud noise. The night will carry you with a careful, determined grace. The invisible blanket will hold you without suffocation, and your soul will soften into the orbit that has no hurry, no end, only a continuous, tender loop of being. And when the morning comes, your eyes will reopen to a world that looks a little kinder, a little slower, a little more ready to receive you as you have learned to receive it. With gravity, with grace, with an unhurried willingness to begin again. You may settle here, and you may listen as if gravity itself were a lullaby pressed into the air. You may permit yourself to imagine that every stray thought is a bead of dew slipping down a spider's silver thread, drawn toward center, toward calm, toward rest. You may grant yourself permission to let go of the day with the same ease with which a leaf yields to the river when night arrives. And if you feel a small flutter at the thought of weight, be still with it. Even fluttering can be part of a larger, slower drift. Let me tell you a story, a tiny mini story that lives inside the bigger one. In a village not quite beside any map, there was a child who believed that gravity was not a force so much as a friend who never forgot to check in. The child would set a marble on a wooden table and watch it roll, not with fear but with trust, as if the marble and the table had agreed to a secret dance. The table didn't pull the marble aggressively. It offered a gentle invitation to travel toward the floor, to learn the feel of gravity as a gentle hand that keeps you from floating away into the ceiling. And when the child cried out that the marble weighed more than a dream, the elder of the village would smile and say, "Gravity does not weigh dreams, but it makes sure a dream can alight somewhere safe." The mini story reminds you that gravity's pull is not a punishment. It is a careful, patient invitation to stay connected to the ground, where you can rest your head without fear of becoming nothingness. Would you like to breathe with that idea for a moment? You may. You may picture your own body as a small ship resting in the harbor of the planet, a vessel that is gently tethered to a vast, patient planet. The invisible tether, gravity, draws and holds, not with anger, but with ceremony. You are not pulled down so much as invited to settle. You are returned to the gravity of your own breath, the gravity of your heartbeat that keeps time with the quiet world beyond the glass. Let us weave a few facts into the night's tapestry, not as dry numbers, but as living threads that hum with meaning. Fact 1. Gravity is a pull between masses. It does not discriminate. It is a mutual courtesy extended by the universe. If something has mass, it attracts. If something else has mass, it is attracted. The earth pulls at you, and you pull toward earth with every inhalation and exhalation. The moon pulls at the ocean, and the ocean drums a slow rhythm at the shore. You may listen for this hold, the way two hands clasp in a doorway after a long day. It is not a coercion so much as a bond, soft, steady, almost lyrical. Even this pull grows more delicate with distance. You could imagine two stars in a velvet sky. The nearer, heavier one exerts a stronger pull. The lighter, farther one exerts less. The distance is not a cruel judge. It is a measure of how strong the mutual hug becomes. So when you scale that to human size, the ground beneath you, the bed that cradles you, exert a definite but gentle pull. long enough to guide your body gravityward toward a calm, settled rest, short enough to keep you from becoming heavy with worry. If you feel a weight tonight, you might allow it to become a kind companion, not a chain, but a soft anchor. Option and permission. You may listen to the second fact without fear. On Earth, gravity gives each object weight, and it causes things to accelerate toward the ground at a familiar pace. It's 9.81 meters per second squared, a number that becomes your night's neighbor only when you breathe out. In a perfect vacuum, a feather and a coin would fall together, an astonishing equality that the quiet cosmos does not always show us day by day, because air pushes and teases the feather. You need not fear the feather's pause. You are not required to prove anything to gravity tonight. You simply sit here, and the air does its careful work, and gravity keeps the world from dissolving into a dream you cannot yet hold. Would you allow that thought to rest in your chest for a moment? You may. Let the notion of equality become a soft line drawn on your skin, a reminder that the universe loves balance, even when balance feels intangible. If you listen closely, you can hear a whisper. The world is not out to defeat you. It is here to hold you as you drift, to offer a level surface upon which your head can find the pillow's quiet slope. Let us invite the next fact with the same gentle cadence. Fact 2 is a whisper about rhythm. Gravity is the same substance that braids the orbits of the planets. When you look up at the night sky, you think of distances as vast and cold and perhaps terrifying. But consider a tiny sailor, a moonlit traveler, who moves around the sun because gravity gives him a speed that keeps him from falling straight in. If a planet's forward speed matches its pull toward the sun, it dances in a stable loop, an ellipsis that never quite ends. The path is not a cage, it is choreography. The sun, enormous and patient, allows the planets to glide in their slow waltz, and you are invited to listen to the music of that choreography while you drift towards sleep. On this journey, you may see your own thoughts as small orbs tracing curves through a quiet sky. They peel away from the day's bright light with the grace of a sail catching the evening breeze. They do not vanish. They slow, they pull toward rest, and they circle back to the center of your calm. Gravity, then, works like a maestro, placing each note in its place, inviting every syllable of your day to orbit around the still center of your breath. The orbits you have known, mundane and magnificent, become a microcosm of the cosmos, a reminder that even the smallest motions have a place in the grand circuit of gravity's patient law. Now a third fact arises almost as if a gentle knock at a door were happening within your ears. Gravity is most commonly seen as a force, but in truth, at the deep level that the physicists speak in hushed tones, it is the curvature of space-time, a sentence that tells us how matter and energy bend the fabric of the universe. The old sentence, space tells matter how to move, matter tells space how to bend, hums at a frequency your body can hear if you listen past the noise of your own breath. Tonight, you are resting on a pillow of darkness that has been shaped by that very curvature. The bed beneath you becomes a peninsula carved from the cotton of space, a small region where the geometry of the cosmos is gentler, a place where you can lie and be held by something larger than you could name. You may feel the soft slope of the mattress as a gentle indentation in space-time itself, a micro-continuity of curvature that makes your body rest with more ease than simple luck could explain. Would you like to hear a little more about this curvature, about the idea that space itself can bend? You may. Imagine a heavy ball placed onto a stretched rubber sheet. The sheet bulges under the weight. If you place a smaller marble near the edge, toward the bulge, the marble will curve its path around the heavier ball. It isn't the heavier ball pulling on the smaller one with a strong magnetic force. It is the shape of the sheet guiding the marble inward, toward the dip created by the heavier weight. Now, remove the ball and the sheet returns to flat, yet the memory remains in your mind. Matter tells space how to bend, and space tells matter how to move. The cosmic analogy may amuse a dreamer, but it also gives you a lullaby you can feel as you settle. You are a traveler on a gently arcing road, a road made not of concrete, but of geometry. You glide along because the space around you invites your motion, and your motion, in turn, invites your rest. And then there is another, perhaps more delicate, practice of gravity that you can sense if you listen closely, the gravitational waves that ripple through space-time. They are faint, distant, almost shy, born in violent cosmic dances, a pair of black holes orbiting, a star dying with a roar that travels across unimaginable distances. The waves ripple outward like the softest tremor in a cathedral, and if you were listening with your whole being, you might feel a tremor in your own chest, a mirroring of that faraway music. You cannot hear such waves with your ears alone, but the mind can, when it is quiet enough to listen to the universe's whispers. The idea is not to frighten you, but to reassure you. Even the grandest, most dramatic events in existence end in this. A long, patient lullaby that travels across time and space to find you here, ready to slip away into dream. If you wish to hold that thought as a quiet star in your pocket, you may. Gravity's waves remind you that the universe breathes even as you do. Now, 5. The fifth fact of this midnight lesson is humble and practical. Gravity's reach becomes weaker with distance. The farther something is from you, the less it tugs at you with the same steady certainty you feel from the ground under your feet. You may picture yourself on a hill at night, watching the planet lie around you like a soft circle of blue-green glass. The force that keeps your feet on the ground weakens as you float. Ironically, a relief that allows your mind to drift without fear of becoming unmoored. You are allowed to release the impulse to control everything with precision. Permission to soften your grip on your own thoughts is the gateway into drift. When you acknowledge that gravity's pull declines with distance, you are really admitting that your own life can unwind a little, that you can let the space between your present moment and your dreams become larger, not emptier, but gentler, so that your mind has room to stretch and settle into the night's soft architecture. Let us continue with the sixth fact, wrapped in the warmth of a small, intimate story. Once, there was a traveler who wore a backpack heavy with days and a heart full of questions. The traveler walked through valleys where gravity wore a different dress. On some days it was almost a whisper, on others, a confident measure, yet every step carried a quiet certainty, I am here and I am held. The traveler discovered that gravity isn't simply about staying down. It is about returning home to yourself. The traveler learned to count breaths the way one counts beads on a rosary, each breath a reminder that gravity's pull is precisely the thing that enables him to remain in this world long enough to notice small miracles, like the way a moth finds the lamp not by force, but by a natural draw, a magnetism in the night air that invites softness, not struggle. You listening now may see yourself in that traveler. You may imagine a moment when you briefly forgot where you were headed and found again the gentle pull of your own body toward the bed, towards safety, towards sleep. This mini-story is not a fancy. It is an echo of your soul's own memory. You can rely on what keeps you close to the earth while you learn to travel within your own dreams. As you drift deeper, we invite a seventh reflection, a gentle discipline that might feel like a quiet ritual. Gravity is not merely a thing that happens to you. It is a framework within which you can practice mindfulness. You can use gravity to frame your senses, to anchor your attention. A simple technique: breathe in and name a sensation, then breathe out and imagine dissolving that sensation into the room's air, letting the air carry it away in the same way gravity lowers a leaf toward the ground. The idea is not to clear your mind with force, but to invite your mind to descend with grace, as if your brain were a feather and your breath the wind that helps it ease down to rest. The more you let gravity do its work in this tiny theater of the room, the more the mind learns to let go of thoughts that shout, and the more it learns to welcome softness, stillness, and quiet. You may practice now. Inhale slowly, feel the chest expand. Imagine a soft ribbon of gravity drawing your breath down toward your belly. Exhale and imagine the room accepting this breath as a gentle, weighty guest who has come to stay only for a little while. You may, if you wish, permit yourself to let the mind probe for a moment the feeling of being held, of being accompanied, of being safe. The next set of words comes as a question, a rhetorical invitation that you can answer without words, simply with a tilt of the head toward the pillow or a sigh that travels through your chest and out through your lips. Do you feel the rhythm of the world's gravity when you close your eyes? Do you feel it as a friend, a guardian, a quiet teacher who does not demand anything of you except to be here now? The truth is that gravity asks little of you beyond your presence. It is content to share your company while you rest. And if the night grows heavy with the weight of your dreams, you may remind yourself that weight is not burden but balance, not pressure but harmony. The world and your body and your breath, all in a perfect, patient arrangement to hold you until dawn. Let us speak of a final, tender facet tonight. Gravity's blanket, the invisible one, does not only keep you from floating away. It invites you to float inward, toward the depth where sleep grows roots. You may imagine your consciousness as a small lantern glowing softly in a quiet forest. The lantern's glow is steadied by gravity's quiet pull. Without it, the lantern would wander and flicker and perhaps vanish. With gravity as your invisible blanket, the lantern remains inside a circle of calm, a circle that grows larger as you breathe more slowly, more deliberately. The blanket does not smother you. It composes a space for you to breathe with confidence, to listen to the room's orderly silence, to watch the day's noise dissolve into a pale, silver fog at the edges of your awareness. And so you are asked to consider a thought, not a command, but a permission. You may let gravity embrace you the way a mother cradles a sleepy infant, slowly and surely, until the world's angles soften into curved edges and the edges themselves become soft enough to be slept through. You may allow your body to surrender its posture. Tuck your chin a touch closer to your chest. Align your shoulders, release the tiny tenseness behind your ears, and feel the mattress become a gentle abyss of support. You may, with every exhalation, dissolve a fraction of the day's attention into the pillow, the sheets, the room, the air. Let gravity guide your descent, not as a force that wrestles with you, but as a cushion that invites you to land. I will offer you one more mini story, a brief, drifting vignette that nests within the larger one. In a quiet meadow, a field mouse finds a safe corner behind a rock that has stood for 100 seasons. The rock is heavy, older than the mouse could ever imagine being, and the ground beneath both is steady and sure. The mouse tucks itself into the rock's shadow, and soon the world becomes a gentle hum of crickets and the far-off murmur of a creek. The rock does not push or pull the mouse with force. Rather, it maintains a familiar damp warmth of earth, a boundary that says, "You are protected, you are welcomed, you may sleep." The rock's gravity is not a tyrant, it is a sanctuary. And you, listening, may borrow a line from this small creature. When things become too bright or too loud, find a place where you can be held, where gravity has already prepared a seat for your body and a quiet for your mind. We return then to the core of the night's meditation, the invisible blanket that is gravity. It is both a law and a lullaby, a cosmic rule and a comforting sigh. It shapes the orbits that orbit you, the tides that touch the world's shore, the curvature of space-time that sways the way stars look when you tilt your head just so. It has a constant that hums quietly beneath the conversation of the day, a reminder of the numbers that describe how things pull toward one another, and it also has the gentleness to let you rest. The constant G, that tiny number in the grand equation F equals G m1 m2/r2, is a reminder that even the smallest pieces of reality are bound by visible and invisible cords. You need not solve the equations tonight, but you may listen to them as you would listen to a distant wind, soft, persistent, inexhaustible. I invite you to notice something else. Your own breath, in, out, a steady measure, a metronome that keeps perfect time with the universe's quiet, patient drama. You can press into the perception that every inhale brings in a universe's worth of possibilities, and every exhale releases a universe's worth of old stories, fears, and dings of the day's noise. Gravity does not hurry, it waits, and so can you. Do you feel the slow, kind pull? Do you feel the room's air growing heavier with your calm, the way a night breeze gathers itself and then settles into a stillness you recognize as home? You may reply to these questions with your presence alone, with the slant of your eyelids, with the way your shoulders ease toward the bed. That is enough. Now, if you are ready, you may surrender into the rest that gravity implies, not a surrender into nothingness, but a surrender into a larger, softer form of being present. The universe does not demand that you endure every moment with a clenched jaw or a rigid spine. It asks only that you remain within your own breath, within the quiet geometry of the room, within the memory that you are not alone in this pull. The pillows, the blanket, the bed frame, the floor beneath your feet, their mutual gravity holds you gently. You do not need to hold onto anything in particular, only to invite the drift. And you may decide to drift with purpose, not fear. You may drift with the knowledge that sleep itself is the most gracious experiment of all, the experiment that shows you how to rest, how to dissolve a day's brightness into night's quiet, how to let the world's soft gravity keep you whole. As you near the edge of waking thought and the more profound dream, remember the 8 or 9 tiny truths we have tucked into the night's fabric. Gravity is a universal pull between masses. It is a constant that guides the Earth's feet to the ground and the moon's arms around the tides. It is the curvature of space-time that tells objects how to travel, and it is the gentle hand that keeps you from floating away from the safest harbor you have right now. It is a factor that acts more slowly with distance, more slowly still when life grows heavy with worry, and it breathes in and out as you do, a constant companion. It can be felt in the rhythm of your lungs, in the secure weight of the mattress, in the way your eyelids grow heavy with a polite insistence to close. If you would like, you may invite one more question into your night. What would it feel like to carry gravity with you into your dreams, not as an obligation, but as a partner, one that helps you land when you need to and lets you rise when you choose to? The answer is not for your waking mind to solve, but for the sleeping mind to know in its own time. You may tell yourself that it is permitted to rest, permitted to dissolve, permitted to float, permitted to come back into the body after a long journey. The night is patient, the universe is patient, your breathing is patient, your heart is patient, and you are exactly where you need to be, here on your pillow under a blanket of darkness, cradled by gravity's invisible, merciful blanket. You may feel a final hush, and in that hush, the room seems to lean toward you, as if gravity itself tilts its own ear toward your sleeping breath. You may allow the last of your attention to soften into a small, contented weight that rests on the bed's surface. The wordless question, the tiny permission, the mini story whispered by the wall's shadow, all converge here in this moment. The light that is left beyond the window is pale, a pale exhale across the night. You hear the room breathe. You hear your own chest follow suit, slow and even. And in a measure of time that only sleep knows, you drift, you float, you settle, you dissolve. Now I invite you to drift with trust, to drift with gratitude, to drift with the knowledge that you are part of a cosmos that breathes with you. You are held, you are safe, you are on course toward a sea of dreams where gravity continues to tilt the night toward peace. You may rest now, gently, as if the universe itself had lowered a hand to guide your head to sleep. And when your dream returns, may it prefer a soft, curious stillness, a place where you can listen to the quiet science of your own heart and the universe's patient gravity, both urging you toward the dawn and inviting you to linger a while longer in the comforting dark. Now breathe and let go, drift, settle, dissolve. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The universe blesses your sleep. The pillow receives you with the gentlest of embraces. The night understands your quiet, and you, dear listener, are a part of it all, gently held by gravity's unspoken, endless care. The slow pull settles around you like a shoreline twilight, a quiet tide that knows your name and waits for your next breath to echo back at you from the room. The bed cradles you with a tenderness that feels almost ceremonial, as if the mattress itself has learned how to breathe in time with your heartbeat. The lamp sighs a lavender glow, and the air holds a hush that is not empty but full of the patient science of gravity, a science that does not shout but lowers its voice until you can hear only the soft, steady gravity of your own breath. Tonight you are invited to listen to the invisible, to sink into a story that does not demand a conclusion, but promises a peaceful descent. You may lay your head where the pillow offers its warm, comforting weight, and let the room remind you that you are not only seen, but gently held. Gravity is not a loud force. It is a quiet attraction, a magnetism of mass that reaches out and says, softly, you belong here. It is a law that binds you to the earth in 1,000 tiny ways and one tender way. By pulling you toward the ground when you step, by keeping distant worlds moving in their patient dances, by wrapping you in a garment you cannot remove even if you wished to. You can feel this in the way you sink a fraction when you exhale, in the way your body settles deeper into the bed, as if releasing a held breath from the day. The invisible blanket of gravity is everywhere, a network of affection threaded through air and bone and the soft folds of your clothes. It does not shout about its power. It hums with a gentle insistence that you are anchored, that you are seen, that you belong. And so you listen, with the ear of your chest and the quiet of your eyelids, to the lullaby of the pull that never tires. Think for a moment about the first fact you carry in your mind and in your body. Gravity is a force that attracts objects with mass toward one another. It is not a thing you can grab, but a kind of gravity you can feel as you lean into the bed, as you push against the air and notice the air push back with its own soft gravity. You and the earth, two masses in a patient, inexorable embrace, are never truly apart. If you picture a child with a magnifying glass turning toward a seed and suddenly watching the seed fall, you are witnessing a tiny, everyday gesture of gravity. A small thing pulled toward a larger thing, a sigh between two bodies. You do not need to chase the science to feel it. You can hear it in your own quiet breath. The room holds you because the earth holds the room, and both hold you in a moment that has no rush, only a gentle, iron-soft pull toward rest. Now let us pause on a second touchstone, a number that hums at the edge of your awareness, about 9.8 meters per second squared. It does not matter if this is your preferred bedtime figure or a number whispered by a science book you once opened in a different season. What matters is the idea that gravity accelerates the way a leaf accelerates when you let go of a branch, or the way a droplet of rain seems to gather speed as it borrows the wind's patience to travel toward the ground. You can feel that acceleration in the way you sink a touch deeper when you exhale more slowly, as if the air itself is lending you the same soft tempo that gravity uses when it draws you toward the surface with the most careful intention. It is a practical magic, not a spell, but a measurement that becomes a lullaby when spoken in the language of the body. The number 9.8 is more than a fact. It is a reminder that your weight, the way your mass is felt by the earth, arrives as a kind of respectful greeting, a whisper that says, you are here, you are part of this gentle field, you are beloved by a universe that prefers to keep you close. If you close your eyes and listen, you can sense another truth, quieter still. Gravity is a field, a landscape of influence that stretches around every mass like an unseen map. You do not need to picture a force as if it were a thing you could touch. You only need to notice the way you are held, as if by an elaborate, invisible net woven from space and time. You walk through a room and your steps imprint alignments in the air, and though your foot lifts, gravity's field curves you back, just so, toward the earth. When you lie on your back, gravity does not vanish. Rather, you feel the field wrapping you, a tender, negligible tug that reassures you are again in contact with the ground you know so well. The science here is not loud. It is a gentle map of where you are and where you have come from, guiding you toward a place where thoughts dissolve and a softer kind of knowing arises. You belong to this quiet universe, and it belongs to you in return with infinite patience. Imagine then a small, patient story of a planet and its moon, a slow, stately waltz performed in the velvet dark. A planet dreams of a night, and a moon laughs softly as gravity keeps them in orbit, not in the sense of necessity alone, but in the sense of care. The moon does not run away. It circles, it sways, it keeps a careful distance that makes the light of the planet's day possible for others who rely on it. In this miniature cosmos, gravity is the choreographer of every orbit. The planets clinging to their stars, the satellites aligning near their planets, the comets tracing long, shimmering scars across the sky. And you, right here, are part of that grand, slow movement. As you breathe in, you allow gravity to pull you toward the day you have laid down to rest. As you breathe out, you drift closer to the dream that awaits beyond the veil of waking. The universe has choreographed this moment for you with the same patient gravity that arranges the tides and keeps the solar system's pulse steady. Here is another gentle fact embedded in the hum of your room. Gravity is present everywhere, not just on Earth. It is a universal attraction that holds your feet to the floor and also binds galaxies to one another through the choreography of space-time. You do not need to travel out into space to feel its extremities. You can feel it in the soft tug that anchors you to your bed, in the way your body resettles each time you surrender a little more of your day to the hush. This is not a distant physics lesson. It is a bedtime invitation to breathe with the cosmos, to let the universe's stubborn tenderness become a part of your evening ritual. If you imagine the faraway stars listening, you might hear the quiet answer, "We are with you, we are around you, we are not far when you want to rest." The gravity of the entire universe is as close as your next exhale. Consider the idea of weight, another quiet voice within the broader conversation of gravity. Weight is the force with which gravity pulls on your mass. It is the measurement of how the Earth and every planet calls you back into contact with its surface. You might have a moment where you feel your own weight on the mattress, how much you sink, how much you resist, how much you yield. Let this sensation become a meditation. Not a burden, but a gentle reassurance that you are held, not by accident, but by design. You are not being pressed into submission, but return to your natural home, a place where the body knows to soften, to surrender, to dissolve into the quiet fabric of sleep. As you lie here, your weight becomes a metronome, a soothing rhythm that keeps time with your breath, guiding you to a stillness where thoughts drift by like islands on a slow, glassy sea. A small, sensory vignette may help you feel gravity's generosity. Picture a leaf drifting from a branch, its green edges catching a breeze and then surrendering to a slow descent. The leaf does not hurry. It follows a patient curve toward the ground, drawn by gravity with all the tenderness of a friend who knows when to let go. It lands with a soft, almost respectful touch, browns and yellows mingling, as if the season itself is concluding a long, kind sentence. Now imagine your own body as that leaf, weight and mass and all, suddenly aware of the air's resistance and the bed's welcome. The leaf's descent is not a fall, but a guided return, a reclamation of place. And you are invited to follow, not by shouting at the day to cease, but by listening as the day's noise dissolves into a twilight that tastes of chamomile and old paper, of warm quilts and distant thunder. You can hear gravity in this image. a patient, ongoing teaching that everything not rooted to the ground would drift away, and you choose to stay, to rest, to settle. You may notice the way your senses respond to this gentle doctrine of gravity. There is a permission you can give yourself that makes the night friendlier. You may allow things to remain slightly unresolved, to drift in the margins of your awareness, and still be perfectly safe. You may let the edges of your thought loosen, not at once, but gradually, like a spool of thread unwinding under patient hand. You may permit your day to dissolve not into a blankness, but into a deeper, more spacious quiet. The kind of quiet where gravity's pull feels like a lullaby that has learned your name and reassures you that you belong in its chorus. You may give yourself the right to fall asleep, even while your mind is still just a little curious. And in that permission, you discover a new velocity toward rest, not a surrender, but a respectful release. To help this process settle, here is a tiny, habitual ritual you can practice now, a series of micro-choices that trace the contours of gravity's welcome home. First, name one small thing you can let go of, one worry, one sound, one plan that demands your attention. Whisper it to the night, and then watch as gravity takes it gently, drawing it down to the floorboards, out of your shoulders, away from your heart. Then, inhale slowly, letting the air fill your lungs as if you were filling a cup of still water. Exhale with a sigh that folds you a little closer to the mattress, as if the blanket itself were wrapping you in a more intimate embrace. Now, scan your body from toes to crown and acknowledge where gravity is supporting you most. Perhaps your heels, perhaps your lower back, perhaps the sides of your ribs. Name those places with a soft, grateful breath and allow them to sink deeper into the bed. Finally, imagine tracing a line within your mind from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and feel gravity steadily guide that line toward rest, toward repair, toward that sweet, slow, welcomed pause that sleeps like a friend. If thoughts begin to gather in the space behind closed eyelids, you can treat them as passengers in a gentle parade rather than intruders in a quiet room. Gravity does not demand you banish every thought. It invites you to observe them and then let them drift away, like boats leaving a calm harbor, returning to the vastness of the sea from which they came. You may tell yourself, I will watch these thoughts drift by, not chase them. I will observe without grabbing, listen without arguing. And as you do, the thoughts will grow quieter, and the body will grow heavier, not in defeat but in relief, as if gravity is not only pulling you down, but also pulling the day away from your shoulders, as if the starry sky outside the window has learned to tilt a little toward your pillow so that you can breathe more easily. A small, almost shy science note sits beside your sleeping mind and hums there with a tender rhythm. Gravity is the reason you stay put when you decide to rest. It is the reason you can dream in a place that has become your safe harbor. It is the reason your heartbeat has a steady, reassuring tempo and your lungs fill and release with a natural cadence that does not fight against the world you have chosen to enter at this hour. In a universe where mass attracts mass, where even the light you see travels on a pathway shaped by gravity's delicate hand, you find your own path to peace because you allow yourself to be moved by something greater than your busy day. You yield to the hush not because you are defeated, but because you trust that the hush contains you, protects you, and invites you to float, softly, slowly, serenely, into sleep. Let us invite a last gentle image to cradle your drifting self. A small boat on a quiet lake of night. The boat is you, the lake is gravity, the shore is sleep. Each breath you take is a ripple, expanding outward with a tenderness that touches the edges of your awareness and then is absorbed back into the center of calm. Gravity holds the lake's water in place, keeps the boat from tipping into panic, and allows the night to settle its own weight around you. The boat does not fight the water, it yields to it. It follows the pull of gravity into a gentler motion, a motion that teaches the body how to yield to its own needs. In this moment, there is only the sound of your own stillness and the soft, patient call of the universe around you telling you to rest. You do not need to rush toward dawn. You only need to acknowledge that gravity's welcome is real, and it belongs to you as much as your breath, as your heartbeat, as your soft, open eyelids that are ready to close. So now, with your body weight resting against the bed and gravity wrapping you in its quiet care, you may permit your breath to grow into a long, gentle exhale that says, I am here, and I am ready. The day's noises fade into a soft, distant murmur, an echo of a composition you once practiced, but now allow to drift beyond your door. The room loosens around you, the walls soften into a glow. The sheets report a tiny sigh of warmth where your skin meets fabric. The slow pull of gravity is your homecoming, a welcome you have earned, a gentle invitation to dissolve into the night until you become the night's own stillness. You are not running away from anything. You are returning to the place where you began, to the essential you that gravity and time and the quiet room have kept safe for you. And in this return, you find the one thing you were always seeking. Rest that is true, rest that is deep, rest that is yours alone to receive. The sleep that comes when the world finally, mercifully settles. You drift toward the night with a gentle whisper of breath, and the room receives you with a hush, as if the walls themselves have learned a new lullaby in the language of gravity. The bed cradles you with the patient certainty of a universe that never rushes, never forgets to tuck in a wandering mind. Time dresses itself in a softer light. Even the clock ticks with a sigh, as though it knows that the most intimate science happens when the world becomes small enough to be held in a single moment. Tonight, you will learn to listen to gravity as a quiet companion, a hand that guides you to settle rather than to chase the last spark of thought. Tonight, we study the invisible blanket that lies over the planet and over your body, a fabric woven from the golden threads of science and the tender threads of sleep. Would you allow gravity to approach you with the gentleness of a grandmother's kiss on the crown of your head? Would you permit the air itself to become a whispering corridor that carries your worries to the edge of the room and then releases them into the pale blue of the night outside? The answer, if you choose to give it, is a soft yes. Yes to the slow, patient pull that never insists, only invites you to lean back into the familiar contour of your bed and become a part of a larger, quieter pattern. You are not fighting gravity tonight. You are learning the ritual by which gravity learns to respect your need to rest. And as you yield, the room grows deeper, the light grows thinner, and the mind settles into its most natural state. Gently present, softly here. The first sensation is the almost ritual weight of sheet and blanket, a touch that feels like a second skin, the kind that knows your shape before you know it yourself. Gravity guides that weight with a precise tenderness, a whisper of accountability. You are being held, and your hold is a kindness. There is a near-invisible pressure that says you belong to the planet's quiet embrace. It is not a struggle. It is a conversation in which the reply is a sigh, and the sigh comes back as a sigh again, a circle of ease. You feel the corners of the blanket brush your shoulders, the fabric brushing the edge of your hair, the minute tug of the fiber that says, settle, not to sleep, but to become more you in the moment of sleeping. And as that blanket settles across your limbs, you find yourself softer than you were a breath ago, and the room does not notice the difference so much as it approves, as if approving is the science of comfort itself. Let me tell you a few quiet things about gravity, not as a list, but as a gentle procession that you can follow with the senses. Gravity is a force of attraction between masses. It does not push and pull at random, but rather invites everything to draw closer in a patient, inevitable manner. Your body, your breath, your heartbeat, even the little muscle twitches at the edge of your eyelids, all of them are touched by this invitation, drawn toward rest, as the river is drawn toward its whispering banks. The fact is simple, yet profound. Gravity connects you to the world, and in that connection there is a safe, unwavering kinship. When you look at your own hands resting on the sheets, you can feel the same law at work. Two masses, a giver and a receiver, both softened by time, both becoming more themselves as they settle. If you could measure the heartbeat of the room, you might hear gravity tapping a rhythm into the air. Not loud, not abrupt, but a cadence that says, time is here to be worn like a shawl. The Earth's gravity, this continual pull, textures the atmosphere, keeping the air close to the surface so that your breath travels through a world that feels almost tangible enough to touch with your thoughts. It is gravity that keeps you, for a little while longer, anchored not by force, but by familiarity. The familiar is a form of safety, a place where the mind can walk without tripping over its own questions. And in this familiar tether, you begin to realize that the room itself is a tiny planet, spinning only as fast as your fears let it, and slower when you invite it to stay. Here is a tiny story that helps the science settle into your bones. Imagine a quiet harbor at dusk, a small boat tied to a pier with a rope that knows every inch of wood and water. The rope is gravity, drawing the boat toward the dock with a patient willingness that feels almost like affection. The boat does not struggle, it yields, and in yielding it finds a deeper, steadier tide. So are you tonight, a boat of breath and dream tied to the earth with a rope of countless tiny, invisible threads. You do not have to wrestle the night. You only need to allow the harbor of gravity to hold you gently until you forget you were ever anxious about staying afloat. The second sensation to greet you is the weight of your own body, a benevolent gravity within your skin. Mass tells space-time how to curve, and space-time tells your body how to rest. Consider this. You are not simply a passenger in a gravity field. You are an embodiment of a dance between resistance and surrender. When you lie still, you give gravity permission to bend a little closer, to smooth the angles of your posture until every limb rests where it belongs. The shoulders melt down the ribs, the hips surrender their questions, the jaw unclenches as if to speak, and then remembers that listening is more important than answering in the quiet of night. If you listen closely, you can hear the subtle music of your own anatomy, the soft clink of joints in their careful place, the tireless percussion of the heart, the even, patient breath that travels through the lungs and returns with a sigh. Gravity asks nothing but to harmonize with that music, letting your body dissolve into the longer note of sleep. And here is another fact woven into the silk of your night. Gravity is what keeps the atmosphere near the planet, which is to say, it keeps the air you breathe close to your skin. Without it, you would drift as some ships drift on a dream, but with it, the air remains a familiar presence, water for the lungs that does not flood your sense of self, but nourishes it. You inhale and exhale, and the room seems to hold its breath with you, a shared exhale becoming a shared dream. You are not alone in your bedding. You are surrounded by a fabric spun with the same gravitational threads that cradle the mountains and the seas. The pillow is not merely soft. It is a shoulder in a long, patient conversation between you and the planet, a talk that never leaves you feeling small, only cared for. If you need a tiny mental picture to accompany your breathing, picture an old, patient planet wearing a velvet cloak of night. The cloak hangs over you like a canopy, and each thread of the cloak is a gravity line, a suggestion to slow down, to dissolve into the night's own gravity. You might see yourself as a leaf upon a river of time, the river pulled toward a distant but friendly shore by gravity's invisible current. The current is not loud. It is a whisper that travels from the farthest star to the edge of your dreams, a reminder that you are held wherever you go, even within the boundaries of your own skin. And in this image, you discover another small fact. Gravity acts on all masses, not just the big ones. Your worries have mass, your fears have mass, your restful intention has mass. And as those masses are drawn toward rest, they become lighter in the light of your acceptance. Now, there is a gentle practice you can invite into your evening, a ritual of questions that opens the door to peaceful sleep rather than piling curiosity upon curiosity. Ask yourself softly, what is the simplest thing I can do right now to honor gravity's care for me? The answer might be as plain as a breath, as small as a sigh released on the pillow. You may answer in your own time, with no pressure of speed or precision. The question itself acts as a permission slip from the universe, granting you the right to lean back and let go. The pace of your thoughts can slow to pace your heart approves. Your mind can stroll along a path lined with soft questions like, what if I let this moment be enough? And what if I trust the night to carry me where I'm meant to land? The more you ask, the more gravity becomes a mentor rather than a taskmaster, a patient teacher who demonstrates what settling looks and feels like. A third sensation arises as the hour grows deeper. The room's temperature, the way heat glides off your skin in a slow, comfortable arc. The air circulates with a quiet, almost conspiratorial grace, a reminder that even the smallest currents are guided by the larger physics of the world. Gravity helps keep your body's microclimate close to your surface, enabling the aura of warmth to rest on your chest as if laid there by a careful hand. The thermostat of the planet hums in a gentle way. The night offers a natural room temperature hug that never invites you to overdwell in stiffness. Your muscles loosen further, the tendons soften, the tiny knots of tension that traveled with you through the day unwind, as if gravity has decided that some threads are not meant to pull, but to loosen and lie flat, obedient to the lull of the night. There is a delightful, almost childlike moment you might discover if you listen for it. Gravity is the reason you can stretch out on the bed and feel the long, languid arc of your limbs as they bathe the air in your exhale. If you bend a knee or roll your shoulder, gravity does not scold you for moving. It simply waits for your body to resettle, to reroot itself in the soil of the night. Motion is not forbidden in a night of gravity. It is transfigured into a ceremony of realignment, a parade of tiny adjustments that end in a larger stillness. In this sense, the tuck-in effect is not a one-time act, but a repeating, tender sequence. Gravity gathers you in, you adjust, you drift, you settle, you dissolve a little more into the dark. The room becomes the cradle, and you are the soft, patient child of the cradle. Here is another small truth. Gravity is the same everywhere, yet the way you experience it can vary with your mood, your posture, your breath. The sensation of gravity you feel on your back is a different shade than the gravity you feel on your side or on your stomach. Not better or worse, simply different tones in the same spectrum. When you lie on your back, the blanket covers the chest and abdomen with a crown-like assurance, cradling the lungs and the heart in a gentle gravity field that reminds you that you are a spacious creature, capable of holding a universe without fracturing. When you turn onto your side, gravity assists the shift with a soft, snowflake-like drift, the hips sinking into the mattress as if the mattress itself is listening to the rhythm of your breath and answering with a delicate support. If you drift onto your stomach for a moment, gravity invites you to surrender the front of your body, to release the chest into a wider, deeper exhale. Each position is a different invitation from gravity, a different way to say, you deserve to rest. You deserve to be found by sleep. A fourth thread to wind into your night is the idea that gravity helps hold the atmosphere near your skin and your senses. The air you breathe is a bridge between you and the world, a constantly renewed river that flows through your lungs and back into the room, into the night, into the space beyond the window. This river is kind to you. It does not demand you work harder for it to arrive. Gravity's pull ensures the river remains a river, not a distant, mythic idea of air, but a concrete, audible comfort you can feel as you inhale and exhale. As you breathe in, the room hums with a subtle resonance, a soft echo of the planet reminding you that you belong to a system that helps you breathe more easily when you surrender, when you relax the jaw, release the tongue from the roof of the mouth, and let the throat soften into rest. And as you exhale, you notice that your mood lightens, not because you pushed a thought away, but because you invited gravity to help you dissolve the weight around your chest, to melt a line of tension into the mattress, and to send your worries downward as if they were just another ripple in the river of air. Between the breaths and the blankets, there is a quiet conversation you might overhear if you listen closely, the conversation between gravity and your desire to sleep. The conversation begins with a kind question. Do you need a miracle, or do you simply need the ordinary, patient truth that you are safe here, held by a planet that has been performing this exact tuck-in for billions of years? The answer, again, is a soft yes. I need the ordinary truth that I am safe, that I am held, that the night will do as it always does, and that gravity will never forget to pull me back toward the bed when I wander from it with my thoughts. In this exchange, the miraculous becomes ordinary because it is repeated and predictable, and in repetition, there is trust. You learn to trust the slow arithmetic of resting. Count a few breaths, note the rise and fall, notice how gravity nudges your shoulders to release and your hips to rest. And soon the mind is invited to follow the body, to dissolve into the day's afterglow and the night's soft chorus of silence. To give you another sensory invitation, imagine footsteps in a quiet hallway of your own home, distant but not gone, measured and careful, as if someone is walking to the edge of your dream and asking, "Are you ready?" You feel the gravity of the world against your skin as a familiar, patient force. A hum that travels from the floor through your feet, up into the legs, and outward through your fingers, a gentle participation in the body's surrender. The steps fade, but the return to the bed remains, a return to the gravity-based shelter that never ceases to wrap you in its invisible quilt. You are allowed to drift, to float within your own breath, to settle into the bed's familiar contours, to dissolve into the quiet of the sheets, to allow each exhale to ease the posture a fraction more toward the ground. In the second half of tonight's journey, I offer you more science as a companion, not as a map that must be memorized, but as a familiar friend who makes the night feel safer. Gravity is universal. It acts between all masses, not only between the sun and the planet. Your own little world, your heart, your bones, your dreams, participates in that same universal pull. The Earth's gravity keeps the atmosphere close, the tides gentle, the planets circling in orderly patience, and even the starlight, after a long journey, finds its way to your eyes through the night, because gravity keeps the space around you coherent enough for possibility to occur. It is a soft force, not a loud one, and it does not require you to become extraordinary to be touched by it. You are already a part of the grand design. You belong to the quiet arrangement that allows you to be still, to drift, to settle, to dissolve the day's questions into the dark. Here are a few more notes from the wise, if you care to hear them in a whisper. Gravity shapes oceans and mountains. It threads the orbits of moons and satellites. It tugs on every particle in the universe, even as they swirl in a storm of energy. Yet the most intimate fact you can cradle tonight is that gravity can be invited to be a blanket, a shawl, a home. Not a heavy burden, but a garment that makes you feel smaller in the most comforting way, as if the world is wrapping you in a cloak made of constellations and calm. You do not need to chase the day to satisfy gravity's hunger for order. You only need to permit gravity to arrange your limbs, to align your spine against the mattress's gentle curve, to let your eyes grow heavier with every breath that travels through the throat and down into the lungs and back. The tuck-in effect is the planet speaking your name softly as it lowers your surface by a whisper's width into the soil of sleep. There is a way to talk quietly with yourself that makes this night even longer in the most comforting way. Acknowledge the 4 to 6 little truths that gravity shares with you, not as a lecture, but as a lullaby. Truth 1. Gravity is a force of attraction that helps you stay near what you know, a home, a lover, a familiar scent, a familiar bed, so you do not drift away from safety. Truth 2. On Earth, gravity gives you about 9.81 meters per second squared of gentle acceleration, which translates into the understanding that every second you spend on this bed is a moment of being more fully present in your body. Truth 3. Gravity does not simply act. It shapes time by slowing your mind with a patient anchor, shapes space by pulling you toward rest, shapes your breath by guiding it into calm cycles. Truth 4. Gravity exists even when you cannot feel it, as a force you can measure by touch. It surrounds you like a quiet halo that makes space and time cohere, so sleep can arrive as a consequence of trust, not a victory of will. Truth 5. Gravity interacts with the fabric of spacetime, causing curvatures that we describe as gravity wells. You do not have to understand all the equations to sense the effect. A surface becomes a cradle, a moment becomes a memory, a night becomes a home. Truth 6. Gravity is gentle enough to allow the body to drift, but constant enough to invite you back to the bed when you wander, a compass that always returns you to the harbor. In this serene script, you might notice something new or old. The tempo of your thoughts slowing, the attention shifting from concept to sensation, the mind choosing not to chase each question, but to watch them like stars drift by in a night sky. When you give your attention to the sensation of being held, something remarkable happens. The mind begins to dissolve the sense of its own separate self, if only for a few minutes. You become a thread in a larger fabric, a note in a lullaby, a leaf in a slow, unwinding river. Gravity does not erase your individuality. It grants you a safe extension of yourself, the self that can rest, the self that can dream, the self that can wake tomorrow with a little more ease in the body and a friendlier curiosity in the mind. Let me offer one more image, one more touch of science into dream. Imagine spacetime as a vast, flexible sheet, and imagine your planet as a heavy ball placed upon this sheet. The ball depresses the sheet, creating a curved valley around it. Now roll a smaller ball near the edge of the valley. It follows a curved path around the larger ball, drawn by gravity toward a quiet orbit. You are the smaller ball, and the bed is part of the sheet. The night and the world are your playground, but gravity gently remains your guide, your quiet orbit keeper. You do not have to travel far to taste the truth of this image. It is enough to lie still and notice how your breath follows a subtle arc, as if it too is circling something larger, your own rest. As you sink deeper, you might become aware of the soft electricity of the room, the way the mind occasionally fires tiny thoughts that rise and fade like bioluminescent plankton in a still sea. The nervous system does not abandon you. It merely lights a few specks that illuminate the path towards sleep, and then dim them as the path becomes ordinary, as common as the night itself. Gravity has a way of turning extraordinary knowledge into ordinary peace by wrapping you in its blanket and letting you drift. And drift you shall be. Drift you are now, almost imperceptibly, to a place where the borders between body, breath, and night blur just enough to feel safe. In closing, I invite you to stay with gravity a little longer, to let the tuck-in command be your reassurance. You are allowed to settle, allowed to drift, allowed to dissolve into the soft dark where your thoughts become stars that slowly fade, one by one, into the velvet of sleep. The invisible blanket holds you with quiet insistence, not demanding, simply being. You breathe in, you breathe out. You feel the weight of the world pressing down with a comforting calm. You acknowledge the 4 to 6 truths gravity has shared, and you rest into their lasting invitation. The room glows faintly with the slow, patient science of the night. The science that does not shout but hums. The science that does not argue but offers a map that fits your body as it is. The map that shows where to tuck in and where to let go. Close your eyes and listen for the slow, patient murmur of the night. The room grows softer, as if the air itself has learned a lullaby and chooses to hum it into your chest. Tonight, you are not merely resting. You are sinking into a quiet conversation with the universe, a conversation between your breathing and the invisible blanket that surrounds you, a conversation about gravity not as a force you fear, but as a velvet hand that eases you into the gentlest of closures. The blanket is space-time, and the tells of its weave are everywhere you look if you know how to listen. In the slow sigh of the bed, in the way the floorboards hold your weight with a tender, unspoken agreement, in the soft kiss of darkness at the edges of the window, where the stars spill a pale light that seems to promise you a safe landing in dream. Let us begin with a soft invitation. You may breathe as if you are pulling the night toward you, not because you want to possess it, but because you want to feel the way the universe holds its breath around your body. The air outside your skin and the air inside your lungs both mingle in a mutual guarded ease. As you exhale, you might imagine releasing the day's minor distances, the stress you carried, the rough edges you touched, the plans you rehearsed for tomorrow. When you inhale, imagine drawing in a whitening thread of starlight, a thread that glows a little at the edges, a thread that your chest can cradle as if it were a small candle in a windless room. The blanket welcomes you. You can press a slow, forgiving pressure into it and feel the world relent at the touch of your body meeting its curvature. Think for a moment about a gentle fact tucked into the fabric like a seam. Gravity is the curvature of space-time. Not gravity as a force you must resist, but gravity as a shape that tells objects how to move by following the bend in space itself. If you imagine a sheet stretched taut, with a marble placed near its center, the sheet dips around the marble. The marble does not pull on the sheet. The sheet's own curve draws the marble toward the deepest dip. You are a traveler who follows a similar shape whenever you move through the cosmos, not fighting the road, but gliding along its curved, welcoming contour. The night grants you a metaphor you can rest inside. You do not push through the air, you ride the air's gentle bend, singing along the curve. And so you drift along a river of thought that flows through the galaxy's quiet quilt. The cosmos wears gravity the way a grandmother wears a shawl, wrapped around her shoulders with care, its edges embroidered with patient understanding. The blanket, with its soft geometry, is not a hard rule, but a soft invitation. You are allowed to lean into that invitation, to settle into the warm, familiar curve that keeps you in the present moment. The minute you become aware of the curve, you become its witness. The minute you witness, you begin to tie a knot of effort but of friction, and friction fades into the background like static in a distant radio. You listen. The blanket listens back with a hush, a mini story now small and luminous, to illustrate how it feels to dwell within a curved space. There is a moon, quiet and silver, who loves the Earth's curve because it is the same curve that gently guides her tides, the same curve that keeps her lovers in orbit around their small shared sun. She travels not in a straight line, but along a path that would be impossible on a flat plane, a path that seems to glide because the space around them is curved into a patient embrace. The moon anchors a rhythm. The ocean breathes out with her, the night tide lifts and settles, the crickets adjust their chorus to a slightly retuned tempo. If you were there, you would feel the pull not as force, but as care, a quiet tug toward a dear, distant center. You would feel your breath syncing with the moon's rhythm, as if the entire planet's spine were a single, slow sigh, one sigh shared by all the sleeping creatures below a sky filled with patient stars. You may picture a different mini-story, one about light and the grand geometry it travels within. A photon, a tiny traveler, leaves a distant star and begins its journey toward your eyes. It does not move in a straight line through every moment. Instead, it follows a slight curve through the cosmos because space-time itself is curved by mass and energy, like a road bending around a valley. When you look up at the window's glass, you might notice how the light from outside has to bend a little to reach you, not because the glass is refraction alone, but because the cosmos outside has its own soft bends, its own gravitational glances. Your eyelids close, the photon's path becomes a whispered line that crosses your dream's doorway, and you realize you are almost a traveler too, curved by the same sea of spacetime that cradles entire galaxies. The quiet you feel is not a miracle, but a natural consequence of a universe that chooses to hug itself in waves of gravity, waves that can travel through the air and the quiet of your own chest. A reminder that the entire cosmos is listening to your breath in its own patient tempo. Here a more intimate narrative thread. Time dilation, an effect spoken softly about in the language of clocks and laboratories, begins at the edge of the human scale and becomes a gentler companion in a room like this. You may allow your sense of time to loosen its grip, just enough to feel the present breathe a little slower here in this safe corner of the universe. If a clock on a distant satellite ticks more slowly near a strong gravitational field, it does not threaten you. It humbles you into a shared mystery. Time is not a single straight line we travel along. It is a river that can bend, twist, and even ripple at the rate of gravity's gentle size. In your room, the change is minuscule, a whisper of a difference a dream may never notice, yet your body can notice. Your heartbeat syncs with the room's slow cadence, your eyelids flutter and rest, your shoulders release their tension as if each vertebra knows the same quiet law. Settle into the curvature, allow the land of night to hold you as you become lighter, more driftable, more dissolvable. Let us weave another small vignette, a mini story about a traveler who never leaves home. The Earth itself, a patient student of gravity, orbits the sun by falling toward it, and in the act of falling, finds the path it must follow because space-time tells it to. If you could tilt your inner ear toward the quiet, you would hear the Earth's slow, unwavering breath, one that says, "I am not being forced but guided. I am not a ship battered by a storm but a leaf on a calm, imperceptible river that never ends." The Earth does not hold onto the sun by a rope. It follows a curve the sun has helped carve into space. And you too are riding a curve. Your body is a tiny planet, a small listening sphere that finds its way through your own personal spacetime, which is warm and familiar and deeply protective in the shape of the blanket that surrounds you. In this space between the edges of now and the next breath, you may notice how ideas come and go with gravity's pace. Some thoughts arrive as bright meteors, quick, startling, beautiful, but the blanket does not scorch you with their heat. Others arrive as soft comets, trailing a tail of memory that glows faintly in the dark, and these leave you with a gentle ache of longing, a soft ache that is also relief. Longing for something far away, relief that you can return to the present, to this bed, to this room, to the sensation of your weight resting on a world that wants you to be calm. The mind's weather may drift from storm to tide, but the weather inside your room is serene. The blanket is there, and it is enough. Now, a few more factual threads wrapped with care into the fabric of your night. Fact 1. Gravity shapes space-time itself, and space-time shapes all motion. You do not need to command your body to obey this. You simply allow your body to follow the natural path of rest. The bed becomes a small, cozy map of the universe's geometry. Fact 2. Light, even a single beam from a distant star, travels along curves if mass bends space along its course. That is why we sometimes glimpse the universe through a soft, curved glow. The cosmos is bending its own path so that you can see it, so that you can dream with a sense of arrival. You are a receiver here, a listener of the cosmic song that arrives along a curved route made of photons and gravity's patient guidance. Fact 3. Time, when you squint your eyes at it with scientific wonder, runs differently depending on the gravity you are in. On Earth, the effect is small, but it is real. Your heartbeat marks the rhythm of a time that is yours to keep in this gentle night, a rhythm that slows just enough as you sink deeper into your pillow's embrace. Fact 4. Planets travel in orbits not because they are tethered with a rope, but because they follow geodesics, the natural paths laid out by spacetime's woven geometry. Your own journey into sleep mirrors that. You follow a path that has been gently prepared for you by the world you inhabit. Fact 5. Gravity waves ripple through the cosmos, invisible yet measurable. They are like the quiet, distant drums of a vast orchestra, a rearward echo that travels through space and can be felt, if only you listen with your heart, as a soft tremor in the fabric of your thoughts. Fact 6. Mass energy is the author of the quilt's shape. The more it weighs, the deeper and more expansive the folds of spacetime become. You are the soft point in the middle of this quilt, and the quilt's folds cradle you in a way that makes your breathing align with the universe's patient tempo. Through all that you have learned in your waking hours, you may still feel a small, lingering doubt. Is this only metaphor, a story told to help sleeping minds? The answer is both yes and no. It is a metaphor that helps you lean into a reality that is too large to hold in a single breath. And also, it is a reality, the exact science that makes your pillow and your blanket possible. You do not need to understand every equation to sense the care. The cosmos speaks in curves and whispers, in a geometry that invites you to kiss your own horizon with a sigh. And you, dear listener, are permitted to kiss the horizon of your own consciousness with a sigh, to yield to the night's tenderness as your body softens, and your mind, like a small ship in a tranquil sea, finds its drift and follows it. A last little mini-story before we step fully into the quiet. A telescope, ancient and patient, sits by a windowsill in a quiet house. It has seen how spacetime is a seamstress, weaving mother-daughter galaxies into a shared shawl, how gravity shapes the cloak in which the stars rest when the day ends. The telescope dreams not of conquest or discovery as a conquest, but of rest, for the observer, for the instrument, for the cosmos itself. The night outside the window listens to this dream and threads a candle of warmth along the glass, so that the instrument may sleep too, in its own quiet way. Your bed, your room, your mind, each is a small instrument in the same orchestra. You do not need to perform. You only need to listen, and to allow the blanket of spacetime to hold you with a tender, unhurried care. You may feel it now, how the body settles, how the shoulders loosen, how the jaw unclenches, how the muscles yield to gravity's gentle invitation. You may sense the floor's quiet support, the wall's soft, listening presence. You are allowed to dissolve a little more into the room, to dissolve into the night's patient geometry, to dissolve into a dream that respects the truth of the universe without demanding a single technical word from you. In this moment, the cosmos is not far away. It is here, around you, beneath you, above you, and within you. Its design is a blanket, its weight a kindness, its rhythm a lullaby that does not tire, that never shouts, that only asks you to settle, to float, to drift, to breathe, to become a little lighter with every exhale. And so you drift. Your thoughts drift with you, but they drift gently, as though carried by a soft current. The current is space-time itself, a field of living geometry that loves you into tranquility. You may let your mind wander where it wishes, to a planet turning slowly under quiet sun, to a photon threading a cosmic arch, to a clock whose gentle tick knows the room's own measure, as if it were the same note held forever. It is not a leap into darkness you take, but a glide into a velvet night that recognizes you and invites you to rest within a timeless, patient embrace. If a question comes to your lips, speak it softly and let the blanket answer not with words, but with a sensation. What is gravity's true nature? It is the invitation to stay close to what matters, not a punishment for wandering away. How does space-time hold the cosmos together? Not with a straight line, but with a plane of curves that cradle every star, every planet, every dream you cradle tonight. Why do we breathe? Because the world's geometry asks us to, because the night allows it, because the blanket is made to keep you settled, to keep your nerves quiet, to keep your heart beating in a rhythm that is both yours and the universe's. You may answer by sighing. The sigh is your consent, and the consent is a bridge. You move from wakefulness to sleep, and the universe moves with you in a shared tempo of calm. The night continues, and with it the soft, almost inaudible music of gravity's weave. The section of space-time that holds your bed is a living thing tonight, a quilt with memory. It remembers the first lullabies the moon learned when it woke to cradle tides, and it remembers the last dream you carried into yesterday, and it holds both with the tenderness of a mother's hands. You are not alone. You are enfolded by a vast, patient fabric. Sleep here is not escape, but a pilgrimage into the deepest, quiet place where you are most truly you, unhurried, unafraid, and unremarked by the outer world that continues at its own slow, measured pace. If you wish, you can offer a tiny, almost ceremonial permission to yourself. You may drift toward the edge of wakefulness and then back. You may dissolve and reform as your nerves unclench. You may let the room do the heavy lifting while you learn to surrender the day. This is not surrender to fatigue, but to a wiser energy, one that knows rest is a form of intelligence, a discipline of love. You are permitted to let go of your plans for tomorrow, to forgive yourself for not knowing every answer, to trust that this night's blanket will keep you safe while you dream. In the quiet now, a final reflection on the invisible quilt that buries you in its care. Gravity did not vanish. It became, tonight, a whisper you can feel in your bones. Space-time did not stop weaving. It slowed its loom for you, so you can watch the threads as they glide by you, your body, your breath, your thoughts, all moving in concert with a cosmos that refuses to hurry when you require softness. The blanket's weave holds galaxies in place, and at this exact moment holds you in place too, held in a moment that will become a memory of sleep, a memory that you wear like a quiet necklace of stars as you drift and drift and drift deeper. If you wake later in the night, the same blanket will still be here, listening, adjusting to the temperature of your skin, tuning itself to your heart's silent tempo. The ear that hears the room's tiniest creaks will still hear the cosmos's distant sighs, and you may follow those sighs into another gentle wave of dreams. For now, you rest within the invisible, breathtaking comfort of spacetime's embrace. The soft, patient, unending blanket that keeps you, that lets you dissolve into a night that is not merely blackness, but a sea of calm where gravity's true nature, careful geometry and whispered weight, becomes your guide to a sleep that is deep and richly kind. Take one more slow breath, a final soft invitation. You may settle a little deeper, you may release a little more of your tension, you may let the night cradle you into quiet continuity. The cosmos has arranged itself to help you rest, and you, in response, arrange yourself to receive that help with gratitude. The blanket settles you right where you belong, at ease with your own gravity, at ease with the immense, delicate web of space-time, at ease with the knowledge that the universe wants you to sleep well. And as you uncoil into this stillness, you'll find that the night itself becomes lighter, the room warmer in its kindness, the breath slower, longer, more even, until you drift into a sleep where even the deepest questions have found their soft answer in the simple act of letting go. Now slowly, very slowly, let the day fall away from you, thread by thread. Let the mind quiet into a soft, even hum. Let the body melt into the bed's wide gratitude. You are safe here, nested in the cosmos' quiet curvature, wrapped in the invisible blanket that is space-time, the sleepy science of gravity, holding you gently until you wake for another dawn that will rise with the same patient rhythm, the same careful geometry, the same quiet invitation to drift, float, and settle in the soothing glow of a universe that knows how to cradle you into rest. The night gathers a patient hush, and you feel the world tilt toward rest, as if gravity itself had leaned closer, beckoning you into a softer posture. In this room, there is a quiet, a gentle draw from the far edge of the cosmos, where a silver eye glows with old light and does not hurry. The moon, in its slow, patient arc, wraps a velvet duvet around the night. Its gentle embrace is not loud. It does not command. It tucks. It breathes with you, a rhythm you can feel if you listen with the spaces between your thoughts. Think of gravity as an invisible blanket. It is always there, even when you cannot see it. It does not demand your attention. It asks for your permission to settle over you, to settle inside your bones, to settle in the breath between one heartbeat and the next. When you breathe in, you invite the blanket closer. When you breathe out, you let the weight sink you into the mattress, soft and sure. The blanket is not heavy. It is a familiar pressure, the unspoken promise that nothing truly apart from you can pull you away from the already beneath you. The moon lends its quiet hand to this blanket, a slow lunar sigh that travels across space and finds you here now. And so the tide returns, a patient rumor in the dark, as if the sea itself remembers a kinship with the moon's slow dancing. The moon's gravity reaches toward Earth, and the Earth, in a respectful reply, reaches back. What happens when two celestial bodies exchange their whisper? The answer passes through water and rock and air, curling into the shorelines and lifting the hearts of those who listen. You listen, the night invites you to hear the ancient tide, an anthology of rises and falls, that has traveled through countless nights long before your first breath and will travel long after your last. It is not loud, and yet its rhythm is undeniable, a pulse you can feel in your own chest if you rest your ear close enough to the quiet. Let me tell you a few small facts that float inside the night, little stars of truth, if you care to see them, tucked into the folds of your own awareness. The moon's gravity is the primary force behind the tides on Earth. It is a gentle force, but it is persistent. It pulls on the Earth's oceans, creating bulges. On the near side, where the moon is higher in the sky, the oceans bulge outward, pulled toward that silver disk. On the far side, the opposite bulge forms, as if the water on the far side of the planet is pulled more strongly toward the moon than the water near the moon, leaving a second bulge on the opposite limb of the globe. The sea thus sighs upward in two gentle crescents, each following its own quiet path around the globe as the Earth spins beneath it. It is not drama, not loud, but it is significant enough to magnetize the tides of your own mood if you let it. The distance between moon and Earth matters, a soft rule you can almost feel as you lie still. The moon is about 384,000 kilometers away, a number that sounds enormous until you realize how constant it feels from night to night. Its pull is not a single, uniform tug. It is a gradient, a stretching, a tiny surveyor's hand pressing along the planet's surface. The strength of that pressure, gravity, is determined by distance, as the scientists whisper. The pull grows stronger as you draw nearer, and it wanes as you drift farther away. And yet, even at the far edge of that expanse, the moon's gravity remains a reliable guest in your night, always present, always watching from the corner of the sky. If you were to measure the moon's gravity in a single, simple figure, you might say it is about 1/6 that of Earth's gravity. Not large, not loud, but enough to shape oceans, enough to leave a trace in the air and in the crust. The sea's story written in the grain of the shore, the way a shoreline remembers a touch. The moon's gravity is mild by earthly standards, but when you consider a whole planet's oceans, that mild touch becomes a daily ritual of rise and fall, a tide hymn that repeats with patient devotion. And yet the sun, the other lover of gravity, is a far more distant influence. The sun is not nearer than the moon, but it is unimaginably larger, a furnace of mass that exerts its own quiet pull on the oceans. When the sun and moon align in the sky, when they stand in a line, new moon and full moon, these tides can become stronger. They rise higher with a grand, slow breath. When they stand at right angles, when the moon is at quarter phases, their tugging becomes more even-handed, or, as some describe it, a softer duet. The tides are not as dramatic, the surface of the sea learning a gentler tune. It is as if the heavens themselves appear to rub their hands together in anticipation of a night's changing song, and you, listening with your whole body, feel the cadence of that change in your own breath. In the language of science, tides are caused by tidal forces, gravitational forces that differ across a body's extent. The force on the near side of the Earth is slightly stronger than the force on the far side, and that difference creates a stretching. If you imagine a cloth being gently tugged at two sides, you can picture how that fabric may become taut in places. The ocean is a flexible cloth, and it responds to that tug in two bulges. The effect is modest, moment to moment, but sculpted across a globe. It becomes the rhythm you listen to when you hear the sea decide to rise a little, and then settle back into its familiar lullaby. There is a second, subtler truth to share, one that slips into the room as a whisper. Gravity's pull is not only a force that acts at a distance, it is also a wave of influence that travels through space and time. It shapes the very crust you lie upon, and even the length of your days, ever so slowly, in ways we might barely notice in a single life, but which accumulate across centuries and eons. The Earth's rotation interacts with tidal forces, and over long spans of time, the days themselves lengthen imperceptibly, milliseconds per century, like a gentle lengthening of a blanket as it settles deeper around the shoulders. You do not need to worry about this, not now. It is enough to feel the idea, to let the concept drift into your awareness, as if your thoughts themselves drifted on the surface of a calm lake. Consider for a moment the moon's own restless, patient habit. It is locked in a slow companionship with Earth. The moon's rotation aligns with its orbit. One face always looks toward us, a quiet, intimate portrait that never quite changes. If you could stand on its pale, cratered surface and look back at the blue planet, you would see us, a bright circle in the black, gliding through space with the moon as our constant, unhurried partner. We are not the moon's captives, we are its audience, watching as it performs a ritual older than any calendar. In return, the moon witnesses our tides, our moods, our longing to rest. There is a comforting reciprocity in this cosmic dance, a reminder that the night has always been listening as much as we have. You might wonder, does the moon's gravity weigh on your sleep? The answer is not a loud yes or no, but a gentle invitation. If your day has been full of gravity's small pulls, decisions, responsibilities, the weight of tasks, the moon's embrace can offer a counterbalance. It does not erase your responsibilities, but it softens their edges, allowing you to dissolve the sharp lines of daily life into the soft blur of the night. The tides in your body, the heartbeat, the breath, the muscular memories of a day well worn, respond to small changes in pressure and temperature and rhythm. When the moon whispers, you may notice your breath lengthening, your jaw unclenching, your shoulders sigh and settle down into the bed with a little more ease. The moon's gravity is not about conquering your sleep. It is about guiding your sleep toward its own natural tempo, a tempo that matches the world's slow, patient breaths. Let us weave a few more threads of fact into the night's tapestry, so you can hold them gently in your mind as you drift. First, the moon does more than sculpt the surface of the sea. Its gravitational gradient, the way gravity changes from one side of a body to another, also creates what scientists call earth tides. Even continents experience a minuscule tremor of stretch and squeeze, a barely perceptible wobble that mends the planet's edges into a more even hum of activity. It is as if the moon's care passes through everything, smoothing some roughness and inviting a deeper stillness into the place where you lie. You may not sense this explicitly, but your body recognizes the pattern, the sense that the world around you is organized into regular, predictable rhythms, just as your breath follows its own predictable rise and fall. And then there is the rhythm of time, the moon's own cycles, a monthly cadence that steps in like a soft musician entering a room you've just left. The moon's phases, new, crescent, first quarter, gibbous, full, waning, compose a musical cycle of about 29.5 days from new moon to new moon, the synodic month. If you listen, you can hear that rhythm in the whisper of the wind through the curtains, in the way the lights outside glow and fade with a patient glow. The moon's pull remains constant, but its influence grows and recedes with this cycle, just enough to remind you that time itself is a tide, rising, receding, and returning to its starting shore, only a little more sleep-laden each time it arrives. One more gentle observation for your mind to tuck into the blanket of sleep. The moon's gravity is a partner in a duet, alongside the sun's gravity. When the sun, moon, and earth align, the tides rise higher than usual. When they are at right angles or separated in their influence, the tide's drama eases into a more quiet stance. It is a dramatic show in a sense, but the drama is gentle, a patient rustle of the surface, a soft lapping of water against the shore. You do not need to attend every moment of this celestial drama to fall asleep. You only need to let it perform around your body, to witness your own breath aligning with the tide's unhurried rhythm. As you listen to the night, you might notice the way the bed beneath you feels different when you consider gravity's quiet presence. It is as if your mattress becomes a ship's hull, and you are a navigator who knows the seas of your own body. The weight of the blankets becomes a pressing but comforting pressure, a reminder that you are held. The pillow, cool and yielding, cradles your head in a gentle surrender, and every inhale invites the weight to be a millimeter more present. Every exhale invites the world to drift a little further away from your concerns. In such moments, the boundary between you and the darkness softens. You are neither escaping nor fleeing nor clinging. You are simply choosing to dissolve into the night until your awareness becomes a soft glow, a quiet luminescence that breathes in time with the sea and the moon. Let me tell you a small, quiet story, a miniature vignette that mirrors the tides and the blanket of gravity. On a quiet coast, a lighthouse keeper stands at the edge of the world, lungs full of salt air and eyes full of stars. The sea breathes in slow, measured inhalations and exhalations, the tides hauling themselves toward the shore, then retreating into the distance. The keeper listens to the sea's dialogue with the moon, and as night deepens, the keeper's thoughts drift like boats on a misty harbor. The tide rises, and the keeper feels a soft pressure, like a friendly hand placing itself upon the shoulder, saying, "You can rest now." The keeper looks up at the moon, pale and calm, and knows that gravity's quiet blanket has extended itself to the keeper as well, offering warmth through the cold hours. The lighthouse glows, and the keeper's breathing slows, and the sea, in its timeless cadence, continues its ritual, not breaking, simply being. In that scene, you might catch a small hint of your own sleep, the sense that you are watched over by an ocean of quiet, a gravity that does not punish but gently consoles. Another little image. A leaf on a small branch sways with the night air, a minute rhythm, a micro-movement that mirrors the larger planetary dance. The moon's gravity is tugging not only at the oceans, but at the air, at the leaves, at every suspended particle in the atmosphere. The leaf settles into the branch, then tenses, then settles again, as if listening to an unseen lullaby. And if you too listen, you may feel your own body softening to the leaf's tempo. You are being asked, gently, insistently, to stop resisting the gravity of your own day and to allow your thoughts to drift, like the leaf, until they settle into the stillness that follows the last whisper of the wind. The night invites you to forget your tasks, to dissolve old worries, to float on the breath you take. Throughout these pages of the moonlit night, you have learned a handful of truths that are small but resilient, truths that you can carry into your rest. The moon's gravity shapes Earth's oceans, but it also shapes your inner weather. The tides rise and fall in predictable fashion, a reminder that even when your mind feels tossed by storms, there is a rhythm that never fails to return you to the harbor of sleep. The moon sits at a distance, a constant presence, its pull about 1/6 as strong as Earth's, enough to move water and air and possibly even the memory of a day's ache. The sun participates too, its greater mass offering a larger but more distant pull, sometimes amplifying the ocean's size, sometimes quieting them into a calmer lull. The moon's cycle drums out a monthly cadence, a reminder that time folds gently back upon itself, and that you, too, are a part of this enduring, cyclic lullaby. When you breathe in, feel the air traveling into your lungs with a soft, gliding motion. When you breathe out, let the body release a long, slow sigh that travels outward through your limbs, down to the tips of your fingers and toes. With every exhale, allow a thin veil of the daily to peel away, layer by layer, until you are left with only the essential truth. You are here, you are now, you are being held by something greater than you can name, something patient and benevolent. The moon's embrace acting as an invisible blanket, the gravity surrounding you with a quiet, continuous care. And what about you? What does your heart know of this night's science? Do you feel the faint tug of something beyond the present moment, a reminder that you are part of a larger, timeless pattern? If you do, you are not imagining. That sensation might be gravity's soft invitation to rest, to permit the night to take you into its quiet chambers, where the mind can travel without fear, where the body can travel without effort, where the soul can travel without fear of loss or hunger or worry. The blanket of gravity asks only that you settle into the space you already occupy in peace, and allow yourself to drift, to float, to dissolve, to become a memory held in the stillness between two breaths. As the night winds continue their slow, unhurried song, consider the way your own sleep might rise and fall like the sea under lunar influence. Some nights bring a high tide of thought, an eager brainstorm of tasks and plans that refuse to surrender. Other nights bring a neat tide of calm, a subtle slackening of tension, a soft, almost imperceptible easing of the jaw, and a slowing of the pulse. Either tide is natural, both are welcome as they pass through your body. The moon does not demand you surrender all at once. It invites you to surrender in small moments, to let your shoulders descend a little, to loosen the grip on the pillow, to allow your hands to rest, palms turned upward or downward, whichever feels more granting to you in that moment. You are not alone in this lullaby. The stars, the moon, the earth, and the sun form a chorus of gravity, a chorus that sings through your bones as well as the oceans. The chorus does not rush. It is a patient, ancient harmony. And if you listen closely, you may hear a soft counting, the count of a shoreline tide, the count of your own breaths, the count of seconds that pass without struggle, the count of your body's readiness to rest. The night with its quiet science is counting with you. You breathe in, and the blanket grows a fraction heavier. You breathe out, and the weight relaxes into a comfortable depth. In those margins of the night, the pauses between thought and sensation, your mind may find the exact tempo it had been seeking all day long. Now, as you near the edge of sleep, imagine the moon's face, pale and serene, watching over you like a calm guardian. It does not judge your fatigue, it does not demand your concentration, it simply lends its presence, a luminous anchor in the black. The moon's gentle embrace is not a force to resist, but a friend to trust. And gravity, this grand, universal, unseen binder, offers the same invitation. Trust the pull. Let it guide you to the shoreline of dream and then beyond, where sleep gathers its own momentum and carries you with it, softly, steadily, until you float beyond the horizon of wakefulness. If you have thoughts that clamor for attention, allow them to rise and fall with the tide. Name them briefly, then release them. You can even picture them as clouds passing over a tranquil sea. You do not need to chase them or solve them now. You only need to observe their drift and then let the water within you reflect the moon's patience. The reflecting surface of quiet, the smooth, unbroken plane of sleep that receives all things and finds them rest again. The tide comes with two bulges, you recall, and your own tides come with two moments. The inhalation and the exhalation, the rise and fall of your breath, the lift and the settle of your shoulders. Each cycle is a small arrival and departure, a gentle procession toward rest. In this, you are not behind the tide, but with it, a companion, a participant, a patient observer. And so the night continues to whisper its science, not to teach you something you have not learned, but to remind you of something you already know. You are supported, you are safe, you are part of a cosmic rhythm that does not hurry, but invites you to slow to its tempo. The moon's gentle embrace is a reminder that even in the vastness of space, there is a tenderness that can reach across millions of miles to bring your body into harmony with the night. The moon's gravity is not a cage, it is a cradle. It does not demand you yield your personality or your identity. It simply asks that you yield a little, the yield of worry, the yield of tension, the yield of resistance, and allow the night to hold you in a patient, quiet lull. As the minutes slip by, you might feel a particular sensation in your hands or feet, a warmth or a coolness or a trace of tingling that travels from the fingertips toward the heart. Note it without judgment. Let it be another part of the night's orchestra, another instrument in the symphony of sleep. The body knows how to respond to gravity's invitation far better than the mind can describe. It knows how to settle into the bed's generous contour, how to melt the bones into the mattress, how to breathe in a way that makes the chest feel expansive but calm, as if your lungs themselves were listening to tides inside. There is a calm that grows with routine, a trust that deepens when you allow a gentle ritual to govern your transition from waking to dreaming. If you wish, you can anchor your awareness to a tiny, personal cue, a breathing cue, a tactile cue, a mental cue. Perhaps you imagine a tiny boat afloat on a sea of quiet air, gently bobbing on the rhythm of your breathing. Perhaps you feel the blanket as a soft sea swell rolling under your body, a familiar motion that says, you are buoyant, you are safe. Perhaps you listen to the distant, hollow sound of a wind chime outside, a tiny musical punctuation that marks the passage from day to night. These are not distractions, but tools, little invitations to linger in the window where sleep slides in. The moon's influence is not to pull you away from life, but to pull you gently toward the deepest, most restful version of life, present, breathing, attentive, and utterly at ease. We have walked a long room's length in this voyage of light and gravity, through the corridor of tides and timelines, to a threshold where the word rest feels like a soft, old friend. And if you stand at this threshold for a moment longer, you may notice that the room's silence grows, that the walls themselves seem to lean a bit, as if to offer you more space for your thoughts to soften, more room for your body to surrender. The moon continues its patient watch, not intruding but staying close enough to remind you that you are never truly alone in the night's quiet mathematics. The tides hum their ancient hymn, the gravity whispers its old promise, and you, listening, drift, very slowly, very surely, toward that edge where sound becomes only a hint, and light becomes a memory, and sleep becomes everything you need. When you awaken tomorrow, or whenever you choose to awaken, you may carry with you a small sense of gratitude for being held by something larger than your own day. You can carry the knowledge that the moon's embrace and gravity's constant, patient kiss are always there, an invisible blanket, a soft tether, a reminder that you belong to a universe that is both enormous and intimate. The sea will rise and fall again tomorrow and the next night. The moon will ascend and descend in its quiet theater, and you will remain beneath your own sky, warmed by the same old night's grace, a body made of light and breath, a mind that knows how to listen, and a heart that knows how to rest. Now you are almost ready to drift. The room holds you with a familiar courage. The night holds you with a timeless kindness. The moon keeps its quiet vigil, and gravity keeps its gentle promise. You are safe here. You can let the day's weights dissolve into the bed's wide, soft horizon. You can let your thoughts pause with a patient, mechanical sigh. You can let your breath become a tide, rising and falling with the moon's own pace. A tide that lulls you into a state where memory and dream begin to mingle, where the line between wakefulness and sleep becomes a soft, dissolving seam. Drift now if drift is your choice, at the pace of the moon's sigh. Let your body melt into the mattress in silent gratitude. Let your mind quiet into a soft, even hum, the kind of hum that does not demand attention, but invites it to rest in the space around it. The night's science is simple and generous. Gravity makes you feel held, the moon makes you feel watched. The tides remind you that change is a constant you can trust, not fear. With each breath you take, you settle a little deeper into your bed, you dissolve a fraction more of the day's noise, and you float toward a still, luminous place where sleep attends you as a friend, as a guardian, as a quiet sea you have always known. And so you begin to drift, a soft, unhurried drift, as the moon's gentle embrace continues to wrap the world in its patient, luminous blanket. The tides continue their midnight ritual, and you continue your own quiet voyage into rest. The night is long and forgiving. The cosmos is large and intimate, and you, here, are perfectly poised to slip into the next moment of dream, carried gently by gravity, sheltered by the moon, and lulled by the cadence of your own breathing. Drift is not surrender, it is welcome. It is the softest act of courage you can offer to yourself. To let go just enough to be carried, to yield just enough to be found again, whole and new, in the morning light that waits for you on the other side of sleep.